Hello, everybody. Good to see y'all. Hope everyone's doing well out there. Welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. So, I just really quickly wanted to say about this one. Oops, I didn't change the title from last stream. But anyways, I'll get to that. This stream, just going to put up a viewer discretion advised because there is some talk about a domestic violence situation, a rough spot for tonight's video. So just thought I'd put that out there just in case. And we're going to be going over the... Oh, I didn't have the camera up. There we go. Hello, everybody. We're going to be going over Joyce Nassar's, I think it's Nassar's, near-death experience. Now, what's interesting about this one, like others we've gone over, is that we see yet again the light popping up and the memory wipe occurring. So I put in the description tab tonight asking, where are the big gun researchers out there? Why is this something that is being ignored? Because just like the memory wipe exists here, when we're all experiencing it right now, we come here lifetime after lifetime under the veil of forgetfulness, not knowing where we came from, why we are here, or where we are going, which is also at the crux of proving the Matrix reincarnation soul trap with as much data as possible. And it's sad. It's sad because you can tell Joyce has been through hell. We've seen how many other NDEers, they go through absolute hell and they come out the other end usually better, but also heavily misguided because they walk into a field that is heavily controlled and manipulated and cherry-picked on who can and can't speak about their experiences, particularly the big name sites out there that cover NDEs, and they will go unnamed. They're pretty obvious. And the top researchers in the field are, it's like, what's going on? I mean, this is the most important topic we could be going over. There's nothing more important. And it just drives me crazy that me and many of you out there, or maybe some of you are new, obviously, and just maybe seeing what's going on and things like that. But I mean, I'm a high school graduate, with a little bit of college experience, not much. And I could see this bullshit. Okay, so there's no excuse that, the leading people in these fields cannot ask questions. It's just far too obvious at a certain point for it not to be acknowledged or at least questioned. That why are there all these commonalities? Why are people's memory wiped? Why do NDEs tell us something, that's all love, light, rainbows, and unicorns, but when it comes to what's actually happening here, it doesn't line up. Doesn't line up at all. But yet it's supposed to be this loving God, loving creator, loving source, loving Jesus, loving Buddha, loving Muhammad, whoever, parents, deceased parents, pets, all this stuff. People who have near-death experiences will swear up, down, left, and right that they are dealing with the God, the creator. But when you really start to look at this, what do we see? We see, obviously, a memory wipe is occurring. And I think it's happening a lot more than what we're seeing talked about through these experiencers. But you also have a total... The person going through it is essentially being drugged. Let's just call it what it is. This is a euphoria love bomb. Again, the love, the likes that cannot be compared whatsoever to anything on earth. Again, how many mothers have we seen say, oh, it was more love I gave and received in the birth of my own child, or people say the day that they got married, or on and on. You pick the pinnacle moments of love in your life and multiply it by 1,000, 100,000, whatever the case may be, and it does not come even close to what people are experiencing at the light. Doesn't compare. If that's not a red flag enough as well, I don't know what is. I mean, I think just our very existence in putting that into question should be good enough, because if we don't have any clue where we came from, why we are here, where we are going, and we're repeatedly going through this veil of forgetfulness lifetime after lifetime, that's a big problem. I mean, just the veil alone should speak volumes and get people to really see, or at least question and research on their own to see how much evidence there is. I mean, we are so fortunate to live in a time where we have access to this type of information. I know I say that a lot, but it's true. I don't know where I'd be if I, it's a combination of many things. Of course, it's life experience, spiritual practices, including meditation and lucid dreaming, and trying out astral projection, and then going through, spiritual texts, different religions, and then going through all the experiencer data. When you combine all that, obviously each of us have our own life experience, but take your life experience, take your family's life experience, look at the world's, general life experience, and ask yourself, does it add up with what we're being told in these near-death experience cases? And near-death experiences are only one facet to the entire thing. And that could be other things like astral projection OBEs, breakthrough trip reports, after-death communication, shared death experiences. I mean, I can go on and on and on. I mean, there's a list of over 20 of them at this point. And all these things intermingle and connect with each other. They funnel in and create one big picture. Yeah, there's still pieces missing. We're never, ever going to have the full picture, and I don't ever claim to have that answer. And nobody can claim to have that answer because it just doesn't exist. All we can do is look at the overall collective amount of data and everything, through our experience, and say, okay, this ain't adding up. We can use logic and apply logic to the overall shitstorm that is going on out there. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that, and we'll get into the NDE. I know I kind of went off on a tangent. I'm sorry, but I think it's important that it's said. I know there's a lot of new people that have been coming in and out, so I would like to also welcome everyone. And okay, so let's get into this, and I'm going to change the topic of the day as well. Okay. Oops, wrong one here. Okay, so I'm going to play about 20 seconds, I believe, of the beginning of this, and then I have to skip forward a little bit because I don't want to be messing around with copyright. So you'll just hear a brief introduction of the NDE.
And then I noticed how and nowadays I am saying, that is me, I am consciousness, I am this soul that was moving more and more towards the right in this moment. I stepped out of my body and I was being pulled to the right. It really felt like a pulling to the top right, and I have seen my body.
Okay, so, I mean, right away, I could say a lot on this because that's what NDEers say. That a lot of times they'll say that they feel like they're being pulled or guided or, called upon. And it's like this magnetic sensation. So, all right, so that's just the brief intro. And now we're going to get into the line of questioning and the whole experience. Definitely want to stick around for this one. It is a wild one, and you won't regret it, my friends.
As you would call yourself, a spiritual guide, a consciousness coach. You want to encourage helpful changes of perspective, and you draw from your own, partially painful, experiences, which, among others, even led to a near-death experience. Let's start there, please. What happened back then?
Also ich war 23 oder 24.
I was 23 or 24 years old and lived in Cyprus with my daughter. She was almost 2.5 years old, and we also lived with my husband that I had at the time, but we were already in the separation phase.
Doch wir waren schon in der Trennungsphase und ich bin trotzdem immer auf Zypern geblieben.
I stayed in Cyprus though, or had flown there because of my child, so that she could have her dad as well in those early years.
Und ja, also
On that day, my ex-husband and I got into a very big fight. I remember exactly how it started.
ich weiß noch ganz genau,
I was sitting on the couch with my daughter.
Wir hatten also eine kleine
We had a small villa and we sat on the couch together. My ex-husband had 2 bottles of alcohol in his hand because he couldn't handle this whole breakup situation.
Und wollte dann
He wanted to leave the house, and as he opened the door, he said, "I'm going to the beach now, and then let's see what will happen to me."
Und ich hatte dann halt diese beiden Flaschen.
I saw these 2 bottles in his hands, and I somehow had a very bad feeling. I got up and said, "No, don't do it."
Ich bin dann aufgestanden, habe gesagt, nein, tu es nicht. Und irgendwie fingen wir dann halt
And then we somehow started to fight with each other. And we got kind of loud as well. In this moment, when it got louder, my daughter simply fell asleep on the couch. She just fell asleep.
So einfach eingeschlafen.
So, I mean, right away, this is when I first started listening to this account, I was like, that is strange. And then as you hear Joyce talk further about this, it makes it even stranger. And let's just say that this is a Matrix setup job if I've ever seen one. The entire thing, the way it plays out, it's just too perfect. How does the daughter just sleep through such arguments, such violence? Ask yourself that question. And then conveniently, she appears later.
Und ich habe das wahrgenommen.
That's what I noticed. But I was still fully engaged in the argument, which became even louder and even more intense.
Streit wurde halt immer lauter, immer intensiver. Dann auch rein.
And then he came back into the house. I would say it was quite violent mentally, because at that moment, everything came to the surface why I wanted to break up with him in the first place. Very often it was humiliating and degrading, and I simply couldn't live like that anymore. Therefore, many things had been said during this argument, by me as well, of course, and it became even louder. Honestly speaking, we kind of provoked each other. I was not the kind of person who would want to become violent in such situations. That's why I left the situation at first.
Bin ich halt erstmal weggegangen, habe die Situation verlassen, diesen Moment. Doch halt
But he went after me. In this moment, all those energies had really built up to such an extent that we ran through the house.
Durch dieses Haus gerannt sind, hinter mir hergerannt.
He ran after me, chased me, wanted to grab me, shake me. There was so much aggression within those moments.
In diesen ganzen Momenten und wir haben vielleicht
We argued and yelled at each other for maybe 4 or 5 hours. I even temporarily locked myself in a room and he was beating against the door.
Und hat dagegen geschlagen.
Your daughter was asleep all this time?
Die hat geschlafen.
She had slept.
Geschlafen und heutzutage
Nowadays, I consider it as a phenomenon.
Now, see, even she admits it. Makes no sense to her, makes no sense to the interviewer. And by the way, I wanted to give a big shout out to this channel. They got a lot of great stuff. Thantos TV. They have an English channel and then I believe a Spanish channel. I think they have a few different languages. So feel free to check them out. There's a lot of great experiencer reports on there. Great resource for your own research.
Nowadays, I consider it as a phenomenon.
Ja. Und wir waren wirklich.
We were really loud. He was very aggressive and even grabbed me several times. This whole situation, all those hours, obviously made me feel like I have no energy left. I felt how I was getting weaker and weaker. I then ran down the stairs into the kitchen to somehow diffuse the situation. But he was completely mad. In the country where he originally came from, he was not from Cyprus, a woman does not leave her man. It is a different culture, and I am not saying that in a derogatory or judgmental way. It's just a different culture.
Okay, well, you can probably figure out what that is. I'm not going to go there, but it's not that hard to figure out.
And he was absolutely unable to deal with it, hence the aggression. So I was standing in the kitchen and all of a sudden, knives flew in my direction. He had grabbed some knives from a knife board and threw them towards me. That was the moment for me when I couldn't do it anymore. I was standing there in the kitchen and suddenly noticed how I began to fall backwards. I laid on the floor and flinched and noticed that I had reached the end of the line. I couldn't take it anymore, since the whole marriage itself was really exhausting and stressful to me, and this very moment was simply too much. He then jumped on me and started to choke me. I had no chance at all. He had sat on me in such a way that my arms were kept tight to my body and his knees were pushing against my body. That's how he choked me. And as he did so, I really thought, now it's over. This is my end. I don't have a chance anymore.
Jetzt ist mein Ende. Ich habe keine Chance mehr. Und es war ein Moment.
It was also a moment when I saw my whole life again.
Okay, so the thing that kind of sucks is that there isn't really much about her seeing her whole life, but clearly with that type of wording, what we're looking at is the life review. So, we just don't get much detail on it, unfortunately.
And when I knew that I was about to go, he kept pushing further and further, and because he did so, I swallowed my tongue and was therefore unable to breathe. I even noticed how I swallowed my tongue. I still remember that. I also remember the last moment of looking at him, and I was really looking into black eyes. He was truly delusional and couldn't notice anything anymore.
So it makes you, she's saying black eyes. I heard this a few times. It doesn't come up all that often, but few. And it's interesting because I think she's outside of her body here to maybe recognize it, or maybe it's just because she's fading and seeing that. But I mean, clearly if she sees the eyes, she probably has some sort of facial representation of him as well. But that's some scary stuff, and my heart goes out to Joyce. It really does. It's horrible what she had to go through.
That is what I still noticed. Then there was something like a wall in front of me. All of a sudden, everything became dark. And then I noticed how and nowadays I am saying, that is me, I am consciousness, I am this soul that was moving more and more towards the right in this moment. I stepped out of my body and I was being pulled to the right. It really felt like a pulling to the top right, and I have seen my body, and I have also seen his eyes still, but not from that position where I laid on the ground, but rather from the right. I saw him squeezing and being totally delusional. I saw how he was shaking my body whilst pushing it, but I didn't feel my body anymore. I didn't notice anything anymore. I only saw what he was doing. I saw my face and then sort of looked away and began to float further towards the top right.
Bin ich dann hingeschwebt und es war wie so ein ganz
It was like a very dense fog which I flew through.
geflogen bin.
I knew that I know the way. The path where I was about to go was clear. It just kept going up to the right, and I was familiar with this path. I knew it. I didn't.
Okay, so she was familiar with it. That's an interesting moment right there. Just hear this one more time.
The path where I was about to go was clear. It just kept going up to the right, and I was familiar with this path.
Familiar with the path, kept going. I mean, the way she describes it later, or actually maybe very shortly about it, you know, it was a tunnel, but it wasn't. It was just basically like this white fog that keeps going, or light fog, something like that. But the reason I think these things are familiar is because they are almost, this is opinion, of course, but I think that feeling of the light that draws us, that moment when we're crossing over, or if you have something like a near-death experience, breakthrough trip, that may seem familiar because you've done it before. Why does it feel familiar? It's likely something that's happened before, which can, you know, veer off into reincarnation land, but
I knew it. I didn't feel anything like anger, sadness, or rage. Quite the opposite was the case. I felt all the things that we strive for here on earth. I felt happiness, harmony, peace. It was very light and gentle. The fog started to get brighter on the one side, and it became less. This fog kind of opened up more and more. I wouldn't call it a tunnel, but rather a fog in which direction I was being pulled and which opened up further and further.
Okay, so, I mean, this is, you know, what we see over and over and over again. It's granted, it's a little different. You know, she's saying it's not like it's a tunnel, but it's almost like a path leading up. It's the same concept, of course, because it leads to the light. It has all of the same properties and characteristics that we see in this thing over and over and over again, especially when she gets right near there and there's a surprise waiting for her right before.
During this opening, I saw a very, very bright light in the distance. It was just really beautiful. It was pure peace, pure love that I perceived there.
Pure peace, pure love, just like we see all the time. It's love, it's peace, it's happiness, it's joy, it's like everything and anything. And it is a drug. I'm telling you. This is something so powerful that we can't possibly imagine or compare it to. And that should be a concern for all of us.
Even now in retrospect, it was simply touching and so wonderful. I continued floating closer towards it, and then I saw it becoming stronger and bigger.
Immer stärker, immer größer und dort habe ich dann auch
I began to see figures there, shapes. I knew these are my ancestors who had waited there for me and who got even more visible the closer I came towards the light.
See? You know, the family's waiting at the gates. This is that representation. You know, it's not necessarily always like the, you know, a full family reunion, but it, you know, it could be a couple, it could be your parents, could be the pet, could be brother, sister, whoever, grandma, grandpa, or God or Jesus or whoever, waiting in the wings to scoop you up. And you notice how she's saying it's getting more and more intense, more powerful. Now all of a sudden, as her curiosity continues to go further and further, the, you know, ancestors start to appear more and more clear. Boy, doesn't that seem like a lure? Doesn't that seem like a trap? Trying to take someone's attention. And then at the end of that is those you care about, those that you love, to continue to consent and use your intention to, you know, face that direction. So,
mehr zu sehen gewesen sind. Also ich habe wirklich die
I really saw human forms.
Ich habe das ihr Licht
I saw
gesehen.
their
Sie
light.
haben dort
They were waiting for me there,
gewartet und
and I kept getting closer to them.
rangekommen. Und es war
Nothing has crossed my mind anymore,
dass ich ein Kind habe,
that I have a child or that I have a life on earth
oder dass ich
or that I am coming straight from a fight.
gekommen bin.
hear that? That is the memory wipe admitted in her own way. Just here. Boom. In our face.
I saw their light.
Sie haben dort
They were waiting for me there,
gewartet und
and I kept getting closer to them.
rangekommen.
Kept getting closer to them. And then she talks about,
Und es war
Nothing has crossed my mind anymore,
dass ich ein Kind
nothing has crossed my mind anymore.
that I have a child or that I have a life on earth
habe oder dass ich
or that I am coming straight from a fight.
gekommen bin.
It was just pure peace.
Frieden.
Just pure peace, pure love, pure amazement. But everything that you just kind of, you know, came from, zoop, we're zapping that. See, this is the problem. How is something this massive, this big a red flag, completely ignored? It drives me out of my mind. I mean, it really, it's so obvious. I mean, just needs to be looked at. You know, research, you know, the NDE researchers out there, the big guns like Moody and everybody got to step up. Someone's got to speak out against this. Like I mentioned before, Moody himself said in one of those interviews at the very end, I think it was actually, you know, hold your breath. It was from off of Gaia TV, but it's a free documentary you can watch on YouTube. Just search Gaia Afterlife Raymond Moody or something like that. You'll find it. Or near-death experiences in Raymond Moody Gaia TV. And scroll to the very end of that video. And you will hear him say, and when you finish your sentence here on Earth, blah, blah, blah. And then it ends. So in my opinion, I hear Moody say something like that, and I feel like he knows something. He's also heavy into Plato. Heavy. So, you know, all right, I'm not going to rant too much longer. So here we go. Let's go.
Und ich bin
It
ganz
is
nah
comical.
an das
So I got very close to the light, and in this moment,
wo ich in das
when I
Licht
wanted to step into the
hineintreten
light
wollte, also den
in order to
Übergang
make the transition,
wollte,
I heard the voice of my almost 2.5-year-old daughter who had said, "Mom, please don't leave yet. I need you."
Mom. All of a sudden I heard, "Mom, please don't leave me. I need you." So remember, the daughter was asleep. The daughter was asleep through I think she said 4 to 5 hours of arguing and fighting and then, leading to about the worst scenario possible, getting knives thrown at her and choked out. And then the daughter is asleep the whole time. Now she crosses over, has her near-death experience. And usually we see, most of the time, deceased family members are the ones who are there. Or it could be whoever's claiming to be God Jesus, but the whole list. Go down the whole list. It's usually someone who's already deceased. So, but on rare occasions, we do get someone who's currently alive, and it does, I don't want to say anything because I really don't feel it's right, because I really don't know with any certainty, but it's not as common. And so I think this is just hang with me for a minute. I think it's a life script scenario. I mean, they're arguing like cats and dogs, okay? And she's sleeping. She even said they were in front of her for a period of this time. And then all of a sudden, the NDE happens later on. Daughter's still asleep. And the daughter is the one saying, "Hey, mom, come back. You got to take care of me." Really? That's interesting to me. It really is. It's fascinating. All right. Let's see here. Oop, there we go. Sorry.
I heard almost 2.5-year-old daughter who had said, "Mom, please don't leave yet. I need you." I heard this voice so clearly. She wasn't able to talk this properly, but I heard this voice. In this moment, I slightly hesitated. I wasn't able to go into this light. And it was only for a brief moment when I hesitated. Suddenly, I noticed how a gigantic force was pulling me all the way back into my body.
So she's getting pulled back. And the daughter is chirping in the background saying, "Mommy, come back." And now, but what did she say? Here, just listen to the key words she says
For a
there.
brief moment, I wasn't able to go into this light. And it was only for a brief moment when I hesitated.
It was only for a brief moment when I hesitated. So she is using her own intention. Granted, yeah, I mean, it sucks that she's in this situation, but she's kind of giving credence to it. And then, of course, right before this was the whole thing with the daughter communicating with her, allegedly. So, I really think, like, if we're in a situation where you're right in front of this light and we have confirmation or in the light that there's this whole memory wipe thing going on, that it's not a good situation. Like, if you find yourself in the tunnel, I know we've talked about this 1,000 times, but you find yourself in the tunnel or something, or you feel something pulling you, use your intention as a creator being and stop it. Put a halt to it, because you have to continue to give it your attention and follow through. So deny.
Suddenly, I noticed how a gigantic force was pulling me all the way back into my body. I even saw my body, and it was as if I was catapulted into it again. And I also saw what happened as soon as I got into my body. My ex-husband was in the process of pulling my tongue back out of my throat. Apparently, his mind got clear again, and he had even done CPR before, as well as a cardiac massage, which broke a rib, and all of that was completely unnoticed by me. But in this moment, when he had pulled my tongue out of my throat and then held it, was the moment when I was able to breathe again. And that's when I felt my body.
Was that a shock?
Yes, it was really strange and for sure a shock to come back from peace and lightness into this heaviness. Moreover, everything that had just happened became clear again. I saw the knives again that had flown shortly before. I saw the whole situation that took place once again. And I also saw where I just came from. It was very strange, as if I was between worlds.
And that's exactly what's going on. She was in between two worlds, and these areas are still part of this matrix. And the whole point is that we have to transcend all of it, and say enough is enough. I don't need to be bogged down with attachments and distractions and all the bull that comes with keeping us here. You know, like just got to put a stop to it. But that is at the time of natural death, obviously. Take care of yourself in the meantime. Enjoy yourself. And, you know, remember, it's your last time. Might as well make the best of it, right?
Like not being there at all, and at the same time being totally there.
What did that mean for your relationship? How did you react?
Well, in this moment, when I was able to look at him again, when I opened my eyes while he was still holding my tongue, I looked at him and he was crying. He was completely shattered and repeatedly said, "I'm sorry, I am so sorry, I didn't want to, I'm sorry." He was a completely different person again.
Yeah, and I think, I don't remember who said it earlier in the chat, but I agree. I think the husband, I believe it might have been Michael, but if it's not, forgive me, you can pop it in the chat. I think the husband with the black eyes, I think when these things happen, these really ridiculous, rageful type scenarios, a lot of times people are possessed or taken over. They open like a doorway, so to say, you know. If you look into stuff with schizophrenics, it's very common, and not to obviously take away from someone's own active involvement with something like this, but for it to reach a point, I mean, Christ, he was throwing knives and shit, you know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, but I think in some scenarios, it could very well be that, you know, there's like this blackout controlled possession that happens to an individual who may get involved with some things that are violent or horrible. Now, again, I'm not excusing any of this crap because it's all bullshit and shouldn't be happening anyways. But perhaps in some or even many cases, this is a common thing and we just don't really have too much information on it to say, you know, or run some numbers. I mean, even then, I mean, how do you necessarily prove individual by individual unless you have someone like Joyce saying, you know, hey, his eyes turn black and all this stuff. So I don't know. I start speaking in tongues or so, I don't know. All of a sudden, they're spitting out all sorts of different languages that they don't normally speak. I mean, well, then I guess it would be a little more definitive, right?
He returned from this state of madness into the humane, so to speak. He realized what he had done.
Doch ich
I, on the other hand, was not even able to talk at first.
und als meine Zunge
Nowadays, I know that the tongue is a muscle. It needed to be supplied with blood again.
durchblutet werden und als die dann
And once that happened, and I slowly began to notice my tongue in my mouth again,
Zunge auch im Mund gespürt habe,
my first words that I said to him were, and he was still sitting on top of me, weeping bitterly. But the first words that I said to him were, "Get out of my life."
aus meinem Leben.
So that was the first thing I said to a human after having experienced this near death.
Zu einem Menschen wieder gesagt.
To be honest, I didn't just say get out. I might have formulated it harsher than that, but I prefer to tell it like this: get out of my life.
Und
He had tried everything and said a lot, but these words didn't resonate with me. All I could think about was, I want to see my child. I have to gain strength somehow now. I need to feel myself again completely. I want to be with my child and lock myself in a room with it. I was obviously extremely terrified of my ex-husband, since I
Obviously, I mean, ugh. The first thing I'd want to do too is make sure that my child is safe after going through that mess. Good Lord.
saw his irresponsibility so clearly in that moment.
Und
All I wanted was to lay down on the bed and hold my child. These were my thoughts at that point.
in meinem Kopf hatte. Und mein Ex-Mann
My ex-husband tried to help me to get up, but I said, "Don't touch me, back off."
so und
Damn right.
irgendwie
Tell
Then
him,
I
Joyce.
somehow regained my life energy
zurückgewonnen und
and was able to get up
aufstehen
and basically walked through the kitchen like a ghost,
bin ich dann durch die
walked up the stairs all the way up to my still sleeping child.
noch schlafendem Kind. Hab mein Kind
I picked up my child and walked up the stairs to the bedrooms
Schlafräumen und
and locked myself there in one of the rooms.
lag
I laid the whole night there
hatte die ganze
together with my child
Angst
and was so afraid.
Kind im Arm und ich
I had her in my arms and was just scared that my tongue would fold back down into the throat again. I was in an absolute state of panic and I couldn't even sleep that night.
mein Ex-Mann
My ex-husband came up to the door every now and then and asked, "Is everything okay?
Kind. Ich habe immer gesagt,
Please, let me be with our child."
lass mich.
I always responded with,
Und
"No, leave me alone."
Beziehung zu meinem Ex-Mann.
The relationship to my ex-husband changed in a way where
alles, was sich sowieso schon
everything that had been built up over the years anyways within me somehow transformed into fear,
ganz stark
anger,
Angst,
hate,
Hass,
and panic.
Panik breit gemacht hat in mir. Und das war irgendwie
It
auch
was
so ein
somehow like an engine
Also das
over
war
the
für mich
following
wie so
5
ein
days.
Motor, dass ich dann in den nächsten 5 Tagen, also es waren erstmal 5
Well,
Tage,
it took me 5 days in order to get back to life, bit by bit.
Leben anzukommen. Also ich habe zwar meinen Körper
I
wieder
did feel my
einigermaßen
body
gefühlt
again
und
to
war
some
für mein
degree,
Kind da,
and I was
doch
there
ich
for my
wollte
child.
ihm auch nichts
But I
haben.
didn't want to
Also
have anything from
musste
him.
Frühstück ans Bett
He
bringen,
wanted to bring me breakfast to bed with freshly squeezed orange juice and so forth, but all I could think was, he wants to poison me.
weil ich mich von ihm
He tried it once already. Because I want to leave him,
ich werde
he'll
sterben.
poison me now. And
Damn right. You stand up for yourself, Joyce. Damn. Oh. And again, just think about it, my friends. Okay, so again, the common running narrative over and over and over again, near-death experiences, even some of the breakthrough trips, the shared death experiences, the deathbed visions and visitations. And I know I'm missing a few as well, but this common narrative. Oh, past life regressions, life between lives. There's others. Anyways, that's more than enough. They are constantly trying to tell us about this whole love thing. About, that there's this plan that, everyone has a mission. Everyone, has to complete their mission, do their mission. But yet we come here. If these missions are true, or there's this crazy purpose that each of us have signed up for, then why do we come here under the veil of forgetfulness lifetime after lifetime? There's no getting around that. No getting around it. And then you add in all those topics I just mentioned and how those systems, those matrix systems, are trying to tell us that this whole thing is love, light, and rainbows, pixie dust, and unicorns. Okay, whatever. All right. It's always propped up as this amazing thing. But yet what happens here isn't. Look at Joyce. Look at what she went through. She's one little example out of billions of people who suffer. Okay? I mean, obviously, I don't like to, there's no comparing this. Everyone suffers in some way. Some maybe have an easier life script this lifetime, but next lifetime or previous lifetimes, they went through absolute hell, like Joyce did. Okay? But at the end of the day, everyone has a meat suit. Everyone suffers. Everyone has the veil of forgetfulness. And nobody, at least from my understanding, I've never seen it. I've seen some crackpots claim it, but nobody has full recall, full knowledge of what everything, like why they're here, where they're, all their past lives, everything, how they even came into this whole realm in the first place. No, it doesn't exist. Ask yourself why this happens. Why do we come here into the veil? Why does Joyce have to suffer so much? Why does Joyce have to go through a shitstorm in her life and be abused, have knives thrown at her, have her choked out? But it's all about love, right? All these experiences, all about love, all about light. There's all these, cosmic bullshit lessons to learn. You got to ascend, you got to grow within the matrix. No. All horseshit. Sorry.
And I'm going to die. I was really paranoid, but somehow with good reason. Because after those 5 days where I slowly came to my senses, he noticed how I regained my strength more and more, even though I barely spoke to him. On the 5th day, I remembered that he had our child in his arms and wanted to go to work. He looked at me while holding our little one, and I once again saw this darkness in his eyes that I had seen 5 days before already. He said to me, "When I come back from work today, I will finish that which I have started." In this moment, I felt so much panic and fear within me, since I knew what that meant. I just nodded my head, took the child, went inside, and waited until the car was gone. I waited a little longer even, because he sometimes drove around in order to see whether I stay in the house.
She's being terrorized. Being terrorized after almost dying. Come on. It's all love and light though, right? Just saying. It's all love and light.
Then I began to run in panic through the house, packed all of our stuff, all our clothes. everything that belonged to me and my daughter and threw it into a suitcase. On the one hand, I was full of panic and thought, I need to leave. But on the other hand, there was so much anger and hate towards my husband at the time. I took all the pictures we had in the house and cut him out everywhere. I threw him on the ground, so to speak, and only put the pictures from me and my daughter in the suitcase.
Can you blame her?
All I had in my mind was, I need to leave, I need to go. I couldn't leave by myself since he had taken my phone, one of the old ones back then. He had already taken my phone, the SIM card, and the money I had. The only thing I did when I came to Cyprus, probably out of some kind of providence, I had hidden our passports. So I took them out of the hiding spot and then walked across this villa complex with my daughter, where we lived at the time. I knocked on houses, on doors and windows. Nobody opened. I screamed, please help, please help. But there was no one who wanted to or who could have helped us. At one point, one woman opened the door. It was a British woman who, and this can't be a coincidence, had experienced a very similar story like mine. Up until
How convenient. You know, I'm not mocking Joyce. It's just like, how many times do we see these convenient moments pop up? Granted, look, I am so happy someone opened the door for Joyce. Christ, she needed it. But, you know, it's these convenient moments. The daughter falling asleep early on in the stream. That's a big one too. And that the daughter just so happens to be the one, you know, telling her to come back. Now she's, you know, losing it, thinking no one's going to help and make a freaking phone call for her. And then she just so happens to walk into an apartment or knock on the right door that is someone who can relate and help her. And her herself says, no coincidence. There are no coincidences. Everything is planned out in some way. We have our free will, obviously, but if you're not aware, not awake, and I'm talking not just to little bullshit truths, but if you're awake spiritually and working on yourself and giving the big, or asking the big questions, then you start to see this matrix reveal itself in ways that previously weren't possible. The illusion falls down over and over and over again. And the best thing we can do is stand in our sovereignty, liberation, non-interference, no more bullshit. That's all I'm saying on this channel. It's like, I can't think of anything better. If anyone else out there can think of something better, sure. But, you know, it better involve non-interference, non-duality, sovereignty and liberation, because I can't, you know, I think if there are distractions out there, you know, feeling like we even need to see something visually, can be a problem. Now, at the same pace, I think those things can be okay once we're out and have secured ourselves and know that, you know, we're not going to be messed with. You know, we use our creator being abilities for the right reasons to secure ourselves and make sure that we don't end up back in this freaking nightmare. Okay? Or a cog in the wheel of the sub-nightmares that are linked to this place. Because there's clearly many of them, okay? I don't know how deep this all goes, but just surface level observation. it's fucking massive, guys. It's massive. This system that is linked to Earth is a drop in the bucket compared to what is actually going on out there. Just all of the astral realms I've, come across, and not necessarily personally, a few of them for myself, but other people have talked about. It's a freaking clown show out there of epic proportions. And it all links to hair still. That is concerning. So that's why stripping everything down to its basic is what it's all about. Non-interference, sovereignty, liberation. Creating your own realm that is impenetrable, using your intention for the right purposes, demanding all of your memories back, but do that whenever that's necessary or whenever you feel it's necessary, and do what you got to do. I don't have all the answers. All I know is that I think if we stand in those principles as our guiding force, as individuals, then, you can't screw up. And, if all this is wrong, which, I don't think it is, but, even though there's maybe something missing out there, there's maybe a bunch of things missing, I still think the general concept of the soul trap is very evident. And there is a lot to stand on. It's not like it's just like a little piece here, a little piece there. I'm just some jerk off saying, hey, believe me, soul trap. But no, I think there's enough out there to suggest that it's not just experiences. It's not just even some of these old spiritual religious texts. It's movies, it's music, it's books, it's TV series. It's freaking everywhere. We live in a time where it's like they're advertising it with a big neon sign. And it's like, hey, can you see what's going on here? And then you got the endless experiencer accounts that just drive it home like no one's business. That something is rotten here, something's really off, and it's up to us as individuals to figure it out, research it, and finally just kind of reach a point where like, okay, all right. I wish I could sit here and say, oh, hey, take Wes Penray's advice and, go through the net. Or that, you need to die at a 45-degree angle, which is kind of funny because I just ran across a 45-degree angle NDE, and let's just say it didn't go so well. But, just stick up for yourself. Do your own thing. But don't allow the illusions, the attachments to get to you. That's all. You deserve it. You deserve it.
A very similar story like mine. Up until this day, I do not know whether she had a near-death experience, but she was familiar with being harassed by an abusive husband and even fled from her marriage herself, and could therefore totally understand me. She saw me straight away and knew this was really a matter of life and death. She and her new husband helped me then to get all of the stuff out of the house and stored it in her house. She covered everything so nobody could look inside the house from the outside and see our suitcases. Then I had to flee with my daughter.
Did that work?
Yes. Even though we were chased by him. Like I said, on the one side, he was a wonderful human being, but on the other side, there was this irresponsibility that made him unable to feel and see himself.
To sum up, you were able to live in Germany again and got rid of him?
Partly. At first, I asked in the city where we lived what I could do to protect myself. For instance, in case someone asked for our address. I wanted to make sure that we are safe and that no information about us would be given away. I had to make sure that the kindergarten was informed about that as well.
Think of, she is gone through absolute hell and she's just trying to protect herself. And this is, this happens a lot. I know it happens a lot in the US. Happens everywhere. Okay. And but everything's love and light, right? Everything makes sense, right? Everything has order. Everything, God's looking out for you. The Creator's looking out for you. Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, the family, everyone's looking out for us. But yet, it does not align with what happens here. We know that. That's a fact. Does not align. So that leads to further questioning about this whole nut house that we're living in.
I was being pursued several times by certain people, his compatriots, so he knew where we lived. But he himself left us alone. Nonetheless, he had an eye on me, on us, the whole time. We sometimes talked on the phone then. I had a new number in the meantime, and since I was in contact with his sister, we came into contact too. I was simply traumatized. All I did was screaming at him. And he said something every now and then. At some point I said to him, "Listen, I don't want to see you ever again. I don't want to hear from you ever again. The divorce is in progress. I don't want to have any more contact with you. Leave me and our child alone."
That's right. Tell that parasite to, get out of here.
Contact with you. Leave me and our child alone. Enough. That's how it went for, I think, 2 or 3 years. He actually had left us alone. My daughter has a very, very strong bond with him, though. She began to cry very hard at one point, and I asked her why. She replied that she missed her father.
Obviously.
That was very crucial for me when she said that, because I myself was raised by a single mother who always badmouthed my father. I know what happens to someone when one part is always badmouthed.
So, okay. Just going to put this out there. Make of it what you will. But doesn't that, look, she grew up in a rough situation with, or at least with only having one parent present. Can't say rough, I don't think we necessarily know all the details about her upbringing, but obviously it didn't go well. At least later on when she became an adult. And isn't it convenient in a life script scenario, which we know is happening, but again, I'm not saying this is exactly the case, but I find it interesting how she went through this herself. Now she has her daughter, and her daughter is living that same experience. Being deprived of the father. Meanwhile, the father is an abusive, jerk off. All right. So, really, to me, it's just a little too convenient, because what does that do? It kind of brings this man back into her life in some form, because Joyce obviously wants to give her daughter a better experience by having access to both parents, because she didn't have that, and realizes that one party having all the chirping in the ear kind of can set up a bias, not necessarily in the moment, but perhaps later down the road, or, within a year or 2 months, who knows? We don't know. Depends on the individual, but it seems like the perfect setup to me in terms of life script.
So it was important to me to listen to it. And I got in touch with her father again. Therefore, we got in contact again somehow due to my child, our child. She has a wonderful relationship to him until this day. He treats her very well. At some point, I realized the more I stay in this hate and anger towards him, the more heat builds up within me, the worse I feel. Therefore, I decided to forgive him later on other levels as well. I did shamanic rituals that I received from the spirits, so to speak, and performed forgiveness.
That I received from the spirits. Now, all right, you know what? I think it would be better, because this whole talk can get a little long. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take a break for 5 minutes, and we're gonna go over what she says next. And I think there's a lot of important things that need to be brought up. So I will see you in about 5 minutes. Hang in there with me. I appreciate each and every one of you, and we'll see each other again soon. Thank you. Be back in about 5 minutes. Alrighty. Thank you for your patience and welcome back. Just wanted to quickly say before we got going into the second segment, I want to thank Dharma, Bros, Barbie, Chop Chop, Barbara, Down the Wombat Hole, Gabby, Shawiz, and Matt, and 70 NYC. Thank you for joining the Last Timers Club and welcome. I appreciate each and every one of you. And wanted to also let anyone know who is part of the Last Timers Club levels 2 and higher. Tomorrow will be our monthly members live stream together. And that's going to be Sunday, August 28th at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And just as a reminder, it's kind of wacky weather here where I live during the summer, so it's possible that I may delay the stream an hour, maybe an hour and a half or 2 at most if necessary. But as of now, I'm planning to go at 5 p.m., so feel free to keep an eye on the members community tab. And so let's get back into it. Thank you so much, Awake. Thank you. All right. So we're going to get back into the near-death experience of Joyce. I think it's just a hell of a case, guys. It really is. It reveals the hell out of the soul trap in so many different ways. And just I can't stop thinking about the moment with the daughter. And then, of course, Joyce openly admitting how she doesn't remember, what happened in her life on Earth. Doesn't even remember she has a daughter. All that just is gone. And you can feel in her experience early on as she's describing it, how as she gets closer and closer to the light, it's like she's fading. It's clear, and she herself is really an amazing example for all of us to see that the memory wipe doesn't just exist while we're here, that it also exists over there. And anyone who can say that, we can all make a rational decision, a knowledgeable decision, informed, whatever, is wrong. It's just wrong, because we've seen the memory wipe admitted in different ways. Obviously, they're not flat out saying, oh, it's the memory wipe. No, they're giving us clues and hints with what they're saying. Like Joyce couldn't be more obvious. So many others, they say it. It's just a matter of how they're saying it in relation to their experience. So please just look out for these moments that reveal themselves, because they're there all the time. I'm not just saying the memory wipe, but I mean the patterns are there all the time. And the memory wipe we've seen enough of them to know that this thing exists and it's a problem. So, all right, let's bounce right back into Joyce. Thank you again. Oh, I wanted to give a big thank you to Vivek Bhatt. Upgraded their Last Timers membership. Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you. Glad to have you with us again, and thank you for upgrading, my friend.
The more heat builds up within me, the worse I feel. Therefore, I decided to forgive him later on.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I don't want to cut it so early, but this is a moment that needs to be brought out, because she is forgiving. All right. Granted, yeah, she had some trust issues for a period of time there. Then the daughter kind of expresses her concerns, and it relates to her. It relates to Joyce because of her experiences. And you know what else we've talked about that kind of just, I don't know why this is connecting with me, but it is. Okay. And again, make of it what you will. I'm not saying, oh, this is fact and you should hang on every word for this, because it's just something that I'm putting an opinion out on. But these deathbed visions and visitations, I've talked about how some people have these burning regrets, these burning issues that come along. And for instance, I've seen cases, and I know I've brought this one up a few times, but there's a few like this. It's not like, this is just one little small case. There are these situations happening that are similar, not exact, but similar, playing out in people's lives, and they go something like this. Here's one example. A child grows up in an abusive family, all right? They've got an abusive parent. They've got whoever's raising them, abusive grandparent, doesn't matter, brother, sister, who knows? All right, so they're in an abusive situation, and they live out their whole life till the age of 18, and they say, all right, I know once I turn 18 and turn an adult that I can go out and leave and do my own thing and support myself and get out of this toxic situation. They've been waiting to do it for however many years, okay? And so they'll do it. They'll get their job, find their career, go to college, whatever they got to do, but they're out of the situation involving their family or whoever the offender is that they grew up around. And they'll go and make a conscious decision that they are not going to deal with that situation anymore. They're not even going to talk to them. All right, so fast forward 40, 60, 70 years, and the offender is already dead, okay? But the one who got their ass kicked is on their deathbed, let's say 70, 80, 90 years old, okay? And their whole life they've been saying, oh, well, hey, I got out of that abusive situation. I did what I needed to do for myself. I never even thought to call them or check in on them because that's how bad the situation was that I grew up in, or they grew up in. And so they disconnect from everything. And on their deathbed or leading up to, they will get visited by the offender. Okay? I've seen cases like this. We've gone over them. And, granted, of course, it's a little different for everyone and how it all panned out. Some do it a little, early adulthood, mid-adulthood, and disconnect from the offender after realizing how messed up it was, or they knew it the whole time and just couldn't wait to get the hell out of it. And so then on their deathbed, weeks, months, hours, days before they're out, that offender comes to visit them and tries to ask for forgiveness, tries to ask to, help them in some way. And a lot of times, going to be honest, a lot of times because of how much the data points that everything is customized to the individual, deathbed visions and visitations are no different. These things occur just like that. Okay. So if someone goes through all that in their childhood, disconnects from the parent, and then the parent comes and arrives on their deathbed, then they're asked to forgive. They're asked for understanding. They're asked for reconciliation. And it just so happens that they are usually the ones who are trying to get them to go down the tunnel into the light. Or telling them to, hey, come with me. Your time's not up yet, but it's coming. You might not die in the next month or two, or you might die in the next week or two, a few days, get your crap together and, come with me. The one that tortured you your whole childhood. Come with me. See, this is the type of sick type of things that are going on. And unless you plow through all these different topics, these different experiences, you're not really going to be able to see the whole big picture. Like, it's amazing how much near-death experiences and deathbed visions and visitations line up. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Because the person who's dying is often talking to their family about what's going on. And they'll say, oh, I see mom, I see dad, I see, broski, sister, whoever. I see Fido, the dog. Pick it. God, Jesus, whoever. And then they talk about seeing a white light in the corner of the room. They're having full-fledged conversations. All sorts of crazy things are going on. And they talk about how, they feel like they're being pulled sometimes and that maybe they need to make one last phone call or have one last visitor. And it's like they're just hanging on, but they're talking about how they are communicating with something. And what are those somethings saying? They're saying, come with us. Trust us. Just come with me. And where are they going? To the light. Through the tunnel into the light. So when people say, oh, well, near-death experiences, people, how do we know that they're actually dying and this and that? Well, then how come deathbed visions and visitations line up almost perfectly? In their own ways, but almost perfectly, because everything is customized, almost perfectly with the near-death experience. Or with the breakthrough trip report, or people who talk about, they usually call it ego death or whatever, okay? Why do they all align? Shared death experiences. People who are around people who are dying. Shared death experiences. They sometimes are the catalyst. Sometimes no entity at all comes. No entity at all. It could be your son or your daughter next to you. And at the time of your mother or father's death, you may help them go to the light. And I think that's a decision that the Matrix makes. I swear. That's my opinion on it. Call me crazy if you want, okay? But I think that for someone not to have a outside visitor is a calculated decision, and that they are going to use an individual via a shared death experience to help their loved one go to light because they are dying. Swear, that's how I feel about this. Even if it doesn't make sense, all the other things align. You can't discount them because the data patterns speak for themselves. They speak for themselves. So anyways, I know I kind of went on a tangent, but I think it's important to say this because Joyce herself is going through her own version of this. Granted, yeah, she's not on her deathbed and this and that, but it seems like these worst offenders are easily forgiven in all sorts of different scenarios. And Joyce is no different. And she just so happens to share a child with this man who almost killed her, threw knives at her. And because of her past experiences as a child, is also has this guilt thing going on. And then she works on sending out all this forgiveness to him, this psycho. Look, I'm not crapping on Joyce. And Joyce, if you ever do listen to this, I'm not. I'm seriously, I mean well. The only reason I say this is because how much all this stuff links to prove the Matrix reincarnation soul trap is happening and that we need to look out for ourselves. That's it.
Therefore, I decided to forgive him later on other levels as well. I did shamanic rituals that I received from the spirits, so to speak, and performed forgiveness rituals. The remarkable thing was that he called me around 6 months after I had done these sort of rituals. He called me and cried terribly and apologized for everything that he had ever done to me. Also for this moment when I stepped out of life. I once asked him, "Why did you do this to me? I am the mother of your daughter. Why did you do this?" And he explained that in his mind it was like that. If he can't have me, no one will. That was the trigger for him, basically. I forgave him everything, and he apologized for all of that, really for all of it. I then asked him whether he had seen a doctor or something, because I thought, okay, maybe he got a diagnosis that he's about to die and now he wants to clear things up. But no, 6 months after I had done these forgiveness rituals, he called me and apologized for everything.
Do you think that the
All right, before he kind of continues on that, I mean, she's performing forgiveness rituals. Makes you wonder where these came from. This man is the father of her daughter. It's almost like an unavoidable situation that the Matrix life script has given poor Joyce. And then he comes crawling back and apologizes of his own volition, apparently. So this is the type of stuff that really just dives so deep into all the other topics and subtopics and these data patterns. It's really, really some diabolical stuff. And I hope for Joyce's sake that she is doing what she needs to do for herself. But of course, you know, we're talking about a father being involved too with their daughter. And because of her past, it just seems all too perfectly set up for Joyce's life script. Just saying. Just saying.
Forgiveness rituals. He called me and apologized for everything.
Do you think that the near-death experience was beneficial in the process of forgiving? And what did this experience do to you in the long run?
It certainly did a lot to me on many levels. In the beginning, I was obviously traumatized. I couldn't grasp anything that happened.
Im Nachhinein jedoch, weil für mich selbst ging es noch.
My life went downhill even further as it already did. My life was extreme even before the near-death experience.
Extremes Leben hinter mir, auch schon vor der Nahtoderfahrung.
But when I was 28 or 29, there was this moment where I thought, enough is enough.
That's right, Joyce. You tell him.
Enough is enough. I want to live.
Ich will leben. Und ich war, wie gesagt,
as I said, I was still totally caught up in all this trauma, but something within me said, I want to live.
Und diese Erinnerung,
the memory of the near-death experience has always been very present. And once that voice appeared within me, I want to live, more and more memories came up to the surface, namely memories of my childhood, when I was a small child, up until the age of 12 to 14, I believe.
You see this? You see this, how perfectly set up this all is? I'm sorry, this is life script on steroids, my friends. It is. I mean, she went through hell with this guy. All right? And now she's on this forgiveness tour and trying to to make things right with him for her daughter. Meanwhile, he's a violent guy. And then we hear this.
And once that voice appeared within me, I want to live.
And once that voice appeared within me, it appeared.
More and more memories came up to the surface, namely memories of my childhood, when I was a small child, up until the age of 12 to 14, I believe. I was always very strongly connected to the spirit world at the time. I even did astral projections, as they are called nowadays. As a child, I had always done these out-of-body experiences. I can remember it very clearly, how I flew through different worlds. I had my guides there, and I was able to feel in these worlds. I always felt this pulling and being pulled towards something, this withdrawing and being pulled. I had made these experiences as a child, but it was sort of a game for me. And when I had this voice within me, I want to live, and enough is enough. I remembered that. I also remembered how the people around me always told me, yeah, all of this is a fantasy world. You're crazy.
It is a fantasy world.
Who knows what you have dreamed again? For me, it was reality though. And it was quite hard for me as a child, as a teenager, to live with all those experiences and this knowledge, to have these otherworldly experiences.
So she is having difficulties, obviously, with having all of this information and connecting with these outside sources, which she openly admits. Just saying, thank you so much, Alferia. I appreciate you. So she says, hi, FC. Hi, everybody. Good to see you, sister.
As a child, I already worked a lot with my spirits on a spiritual level and generated healing and so forth. I don't even want to go further into this, but the more people said to me, this is a fantasy world that you're living in, the more I thought, okay, enough. I don't want to have all of these gifts and abilities. I am done. And
now, you know, there are quite a few NDEers who will say the same. Like, they'll come back and feel super connected to everything, be able to feel or telepathically understand if someone is having a good day, rough day, or maybe they're thinking evil thoughts or thinking high loving thoughts. Who knows? All right. But a lot of people come back from NDEs or various experiences and have this kind of period where they're able to, you know, their senses are super strong, super intense, and they're able to just connect with things on a different level than most of us can. And then sometimes it'll wear off, but it'll still be existing. And then sometimes it'll just drop off and be non-existent, or it could be something that really bothers someone and is present in their daily life. So I guess it's luck of the draw or luck of the life script, I should say, on how these things may play themselves out for the individual.
so I closed myself off from my actual being and from these other worlds that existed also, from all those other dimensions. Well, this memory came through so strongly that I just knew it was real. Because I also experienced it when I left my body in this extreme situation back then. I had seen my body. I had flown through the fog. I had seen this light and these shapes.
And it all looked familiar to her. Remember, she talks and admits herself that the path, what she, at the very beginning of the experience was familiar to her. Then, as she's getting closer and closer to the light, the love is intensifying, the experience is intensifying, her memories are fading as she gets closer. And then she sees her ancestors. And as she continues to go towards the light on her own, the images of the ancestors get clearer and clearer.
I had seen my body. I had flown through the fog. I had seen this light and these shapes. I was not in a fantasy world. This kind of awareness has pushed me forward a lot because I knew again. People could speak as they wanted to. I couldn't care less at one point because I knew that I saw, I knew that I experienced, and that I didn't imagine it. It doesn't matter who says anything. I know what I have experienced and seen. That has helped me immense on my further spiritual path, and also in shamanism. This made it so much easier for me to immerse in all those inner journeys throughout my shamanic training, because it was so clear to me it was reality. And I'm very grateful for that today. That on the one hand, this experience became one of the biggest traumas I had, but on the other hand, turned into this gigantic possibility to escape from all of it and to finally find myself again, to find myself completely and to consciously reactivate my consciousness again.
Speaking of enough is enough, were there other crises that led you to this decision? Do you want to talk about it a little more?
Yes, of course I can. It is important to me that people understand the following. No matter where we had been, no matter at what point in life we are, and no matter what happened to us, it's not about assessing the situation and saying, yes, that was good, that was bad.
Look. All right, let me let her finish.
It is rather about really making the best out of everything and to never give up and always believe in ourselves. I have already mentioned that my life was quite brutal in some way before my near-death experience. I experienced sexual abuse as a child.
All right, here, just hear this one more time.
That was good. That was no matter where we had been, no matter at what point in life we are, and no matter what happened to us. It's not about assessing the situation.
It's not about assessing the situation. See, that I have a big problem with this. Big problem. Because really, if you can't look at these experiencer accounts, the data trends that go along with them, and then assess the overall world situation, and then of course your own life in relation to this matrix, and ask, okay, does, should I, it's basically like, Joyce is saying, give up. Don't continue to question this reality. How dare you question this reality? I'm just going to say it, okay? Because that's the interpretation that I'm getting. And it's all about, this matrix is so amazing at making us think that we, God forbid, lowercase g, that we question what's going on here. God forbid, right? How dare we question this reality and the realms associated with it? How dare we? If anything, more scrutiny should be put on this than anything else. Because if it was accurate, it wouldn't need to be lying in the astral. It wouldn't have to be saying that everything's love and light and life scripts and ascension and judgment and sinning and that, you know, you need to work your way up in levels. It is a pyramid scheme, period. Okay, that's what we're in. We are in some wacky pyramid scheme realm. And it has its tentacles in the astral. And how dare we question it? How dare we use critical thinking? How dare we research? How dare we question anything? Just trust it. Trust everything and you'll be okay. Isn't that what this whole system is based on? You know, they feed you, feed me, me. Feed the lies. Feed the BS. All in an effort to get all of us to subscribe and believe in the illusion of its power. The illusion of everything that is contained within it. It so desperately wants us to pay attention to it. And guess what? It's no different in the astral. Again, it's all there for us to see. It just takes a little bit of time. And please, I say to everyone listening, please do your own research. If you're on the fence or new to the whole soul trap concept, do your own research and get out there and plow through these experiences. I mean, near-death experiences, again, are just one component of many, but if you continue to watch some of this, I show some of the examples to what to look out for, what to listen to. You just have to listen to what they're saying, because it's easy for us to get caught up. And I admit myself, I am guilty of it. I fell into the whole love and light trap. I was like, it's like, because everything is like an extension of everything in this matrix. Like, so stuff you learn when you're younger, or stuff you may have heard of, in your late teens or early 20s, 30s, whatever. Like, you start taking this information, then kind of everything starts to make a little more sense if you just have faith, if you just blindly believe. And I'm just saying again, and I know I'm repeating myself, is that near-death experiences and all these other topics that preach that everything is love and light, and we're talking about experiencer data. We're not talking about, some text in a cave that claims to have all the answers and this is the way it is, or some religion that's claiming to have everything is. This is not a religion. This is about looking at everything with common sense, critical thinking, and saying, okay, I'm going to keep looking and try to prove it to myself. And my channel should only be a stepping stone for that. So please look at the inconsistencies for yourself, and you'll see them. They're everywhere. Please, you owe it to yourself. This is the most safely guarded hidden truth of our existence. And I promise you, if you come out the other end and seriously put some time into this, you'll see it. I promise. It might take a year, it might take 2 years, but you'll get there.
And saying, yes, that was good, that was bad. It is rather about really making the best out of everything and to never give up and always believe in ourselves. I have already mentioned that my life was quite brutal in some way before my near-death experience. I experienced sexual abuse as a child. I experienced mental abuse.
In your family?
Yes, a good friend of the house was in my children's room for about 3 years.
How old were you then?
Between 6 and 9. I had always been an outsider and was bullied a lot in my childhood. My mother at home had her own issues to deal with, which she does until this day probably. I was always searching, though.
immer auf der Suche. Ich wollte
I
gesehen
wanted to be
werden,
seen. I wanted to be acknowledged. I wanted to be appreciated
gewertschätzt werden.
because I barely felt myself.
Vielleicht hatte es auch
Maybe it had to do with the fact that I was constantly traveling in these other worlds anyways,
ja gar nicht gefühlt.
so that I didn't feel my body at all. But I was always searching. I only felt comfortable when I was in those other worlds.
Anerkennung hatte ich
Sometimes I received recognition when I healed other people. I know one shouldn't say heal, but I helped them with their pain. We resolved physical symptoms. I did all that as a child already. These were playthings to me.
auch Wohnung gereinigt.
I also cleared apartments and offices from negative energies. All of that was very normal for me, and I did receive recognition and appreciation for a brief moment. Other than that, I always felt like I was being pushed back, and I was just not seen. That was bothering me quite much.
Und dieser sexuelle Missbrauch, der
The sexual abuse which took place was also something that made me feel totally abandoned.
wo ich mich total verlassen gefühlt habe. Ich wusste,
I was
aus der
aware of the
Heilsituation,
fact that
weil
this
ich
is not okay,
aufgeklärt,
since I have been educated very early on.
nicht okay ist. Doch, wie ich ja schon gesagt habe,
But like I said, my mother was where she was, and that should not be a justification or an excuse. She noticed it once, though. She came into the children's room and saw him sitting on the bed. I was naked, and she saw that he touched me. She asked, "What are you doing?" And he replied, "Massage." She said, "Okay, I'll keep making dinner." She couldn't help it.
anders. Ja, also ich bin auch meiner Mutter
Nowadays, I am not angry at my mother. Not anymore. I don't hate her. She simply was there where she was. All of it was confusing.
Sie hat's doch gesehen.
She saw it. Was that okay now? Is it not? Therefore, I simply suppressed it.
Und hab mit
I suppressed it and started to take drugs at the age of 13. I came into circles where I was quote unquote appreciated and recognized. The extremer I was, the cooler I became. That's how I was able to build up my self-recognition, even though I can tell now that it was built on illusions.
Und hab im Außen
I received an illusionary appreciation from the outside and therefore went deeper and deeper.
Oh, hear that?
That it was built on illusions.
und hab im Außen
I received an illusionary appreciation from the outside and
All right, so she's acknowledging, just like many other NDEs will say, that this whole experience that we're having is an illusion. But the problem is time exists here. The meat suit exists here. All right? And we go through these life scripts and if we're fortunate enough, maybe we find ourselves and ask the big questions and are not content with the parasites' directions that they try to get us to continually fall into. And then, and only then, is if we continue to ask questions and be honest with ourselves, can we really get through all this and see this place for what it is. But NDEers, on the other hand, how many of them have said point blank that, this is some illusion. It's a virtual reality. Some of them will even say that, it's a joke compared to what we are outside of our bodies. And here we are. And apparently we're all knowing, all powerful, all incredible, blah, blah, blah. But yet, over and over and over again, we also hear that, we all have these life scripts. We have these attachments and these soul groups that we're with. And, we're here to learn. We're here to grow spiritually and yada, yada, yada. You cannot learn and grow if you have the veil of forgetfulness over you lifetime after lifetime. Just doesn't work. And yet here we are. Don't ask questions, right? We're not allowed. How dare we ask questions? It's absurd. We have to ask questions.
Therefore, went deeper and deeper into these circles. I was in other circles as well. It was not just drugs, violence, and crime, because they simply belong together. I was also in circles where people really had a lot of money and lived a very beautiful life on the surface. I was always able to adapt. Still, I always noticed, no, none of this is me.
Ich bin das alles nicht. Also ich war immer so dieser.
I was always kind of driven in a way. Therefore, as soon as I said completely goodbye to all my gifts and abilities, I got deeper and deeper into the downward spiral of violence and crime, which of course included rapes, beatings, and other brutalities.
Und andere Brutalitäten nicht ausblieben. Und
I then tried to commit suicide multiple times along the way, but it didn't work. Moreover, I went through rehab too, because I was heavily addicted to cocaine. Another incident that had happened was during the summer before I met my ex-husband. I was in a bar, not a bad one, in Sylt. And someone put knockout drops into my drink, and I still miss those 4 days of my life. I only remember short sequences from these moments where the knockout drops lost their effect on me. That's when I could see again. I have seen men. I have seen a camera. I laid on the bed, and I do not know up until this day what has happened to me there. All I know is that when those 4 days were over, I wandered around Sylt, completely distraught, and finally found one of my friends. At first, I didn't even know where she lived. I had to figure out how to deal with all that. And then she said that she was about to file a missing person report. I was gone for 4 days. To me, in the meantime, it felt like, okay, something else on the list. Well, never mind. No one is going to believe me anyways. A feeling that I had constantly. And I've always swallowed and repressed and repressed. But after those 4 days, I thought, okay, I'm going to take so many drugs and drink so much alcohol that I'll pass out. I was 18 and a half at this point. In December, right before I turned 19, I met my ex-husband. I was totally on drugs and basically didn't notice anything anymore. But he was standing there and was kind of like my savior. He suggested warmth to me. He suggested security to me. And I was able to simply surrender to him. He was basically my prince.
I was simply able to surrender to him. Isn't that a problem? Right? How often do we hear in NDEs about surrender? Breakthrough trip reports talk about it constantly. Just surrender, just surrender, just let it happen. Just follow this, just follow that. Just listen to that, just listen to this. It's not a sovereign decision if you're being asked or told what to do. I mean, this is really a big matrix hatchet job. I'm sorry. That's what we're listening to. You know, make up your own opinions about it, obviously, but it fits way too well into all the other data points.
And was kind of like my savior. He suggested warmth to me. He suggested security to me. And I was able to simply surrender to him. He was basically my prince.
Und
and we became a couple pretty fast. In the beginning, he learned a lot about me and used it then, later on, to manipulate me eventually. Consciously or subconsciously, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, he did manipulate me, and I devoted myself to him. That's how I ended up in this marriage.
I devoted myself to him. I devoted myself to him. Doesn't this all just seem really? It is not right. Not right. This is a man who almost killed Joyce. Okay? That's how dark this got. And all of a sudden, there's this whole chain of events happening, you know, in my opinion, courtesy of the Matrix.
And I devoted myself to him.
Devoted.
That's how I ended up in this marriage. It was love to me. In retrospect, though, it was kind of like a dog and master relationship. I always tried to get love.
A dog and master relationship. I mean, how much more does it need to speak for itself, guys? Joyce was, what she went through is horrible. Absolutely awful. And who's to say that, you know, some out there may have easy street in the Matrix this lifetime. Some may have it horrible. And some may have had it either way last lifetime or potentially the next lifetime. But, you know, what we talk about on this channel is about, you know, ending all of it and saying, and when I say ending all of it, I mean the cycle of reincarnation, the constant birth and rebirth, not suicide. I think everyone should, you know, do what they need to do for themselves and live out their life so that their intention is clear as day, that you're not going to accept the memory wipe anymore. You're not going to accept any of the deceptions anymore, because things like suicide are rash decisions usually and not helpful. You don't want to be distracted or worried about bodily problems or this or that. You need to give yourself the appropriate time necessary to take care of yourself and learn as much as you can while you're here. I know that's what I'm doing. And this channel, I know Wayne Bush at trickedbythelight.com and Dan over at Overwatch channel and overwatchproject.com, we are all in agreement that, you know, as tough as it may be at times, that having the most amount of time available to learn and grow and work on yourself spiritually is the most important thing you can ever do. What if there's some weird, creepy agreement that we made? Seriously, I think that needs to be really considered. What if there's some weird thing that we can't get out of? I don't necessarily think that that's fully the case, because I truly believe that as creator beings, we are able to transcend this experience and take full control of ourselves. But if you're allowing yourself to be enveloped in the moment and not letting these things occur naturally so that you can continue to learn and grow and set that intention up every single day. Just think about how this intention builds up, guys and ladies. Think about how it builds up. We continue to learn. We continue to apply ourselves. That is, as a creator being, the most important thing we can do. It really is, because without it, we're kind of succumbing and giving them more credit than they deserve. When, yeah, you know, it's difficult out there. I know many of us have a tough time, and I understand and respect that. But hang in there. Enjoy yourself while you can, while you're here. This is your last time, you know. So enjoy it. Build up that knowledge and wisdom, that gnosis. Do what you need to do for yourself, and make sure that you leave no stone unturned. It can't hurt to drill out your intention and directives before you go to bed and when you wake up, and just making it your own ritual. Whatever you need to do for yourself as an individual. Because remember, I'm not telling anyone what to do. All I'm saying is do what you need to do for you and take care of yourself. And make sure that, I think, the most logical direction in all this is non-interference, sovereignty, liberation, and creating your own impenetrable realm, free of distraction, with the capability of reclaiming your full, true essence, so that there's no room for any sort of misinterpretation. You know, I like to talk about how don't believe in the light, don't believe in the tunnel. Those things simply are not allowed to exist. If you feed this system and give it an out, you give it an ability to kind of sneak its way into you, then that's not going to be a good thing. Granted, yes, you can shut that down. Depends on your resolve. You know, I also think getting into meditative states or astral projection, lucid dreaming, things like that can help you familiarize yourself with those types of experiences, so that when you do cross over at the time of natural death, that you're roaring and ready to go, you know what to do for yourself, and that there is no possible room for any interference. That's all. So there's my rant for the evening.
Kind of like a dog. It was love to me. In retrospect, though, it was kind of like a dog and master relationship. I always tried to get love. I did what I should do, what a woman is supposed to do, how I should have done it, and I basically fell into the next downward spiral.
You came to the conclusion enough is enough after your escape? Were there other incidents afterwards that you perhaps don't like to think of today?
Yes, one can say that I don't like to look back at them. Yes, that is correct. On the other hand, though, everything that has ever happened to me made me the person I am today. Therefore, I am able to help as many people as I do. It is important to value that. These 4 or 5 years after the near-death experience were very brutal again, on a sexual level, on a mental level. Again, lots of violence, apple as I do. It is important to value that. These 4 or 5 years after the near-death experience.
The near-death experience. So she goes, has this loving, amazing experience, and then she comes back, has to deal with an absolute hell of a situation, has a daughter, and then she's assaulted for, 4 to 5 years after. If that's not a problem, I don't know what is. I mean, if that doesn't align with, you know, the whole love and light thing, God and Jesus and Buddha, Muhammad and Krishna, as I think Michael pointed out, I mean, it's on and on and on. Deceased loved ones, deceased pets. If those aren't enough red flags, you go out, you have an experience like this, you get drawn to the light, it feels familiar, which again points to reincarnation. Someone is familiar with this setting. And then you're still going through hell, even when you come back. Sarah, sorry. Case closed. I mean, I seriously think all this data speaks for itself. I do. Please, please, please do your own research.
Were very brutal again, on a sexual level, on a mental level. Again, lots of violence and a downward spiral regarding drugs. I was once again addicted to cocaine.
You had overcome the addiction in the meantime.
Ja, genau. Also ich habe
Yes, exactly. I had 3 detoxifications in my whole life, and I had done 2 already at this point. But then I had started it again, because I just didn't know how to compensate all of that.
wusste nicht, wie ich es kompensieren sollte alles und dadurch, dass wieder
Due to all these negative circumstances, and that my body had been used again, and that I once again was not seen as a human being, simply as an object, that's how I felt.
ja, war es einfach für mich
Surprisingly, my child never noticed that I was addicted to drugs. When we talked about it, and we do until this day,
auch darüber oder haben darüber
she always said, "Mom, I'm so grateful because whenever I see other parents who take drugs, it is really obvious.
da ist
You, on the other hand, somehow managed it in a way that I wouldn't notice."
das nicht mitgekriegt.
And I said, "Yes, I always tried to do it in the evening only.
Nur abends
And if I had ever done it during the day, then not as intense.
sie in der Nähe war,
And whenever she was around, I had myself under a lot of control, so I wouldn't be somehow abusive or wouldn't give her the feeling of not being loved. That was somehow always in the back of my mind, despite all the intoxication. My child should know that I love her."
dass ich sie liebe.
Your daughter was always an anchor point for you.
Ja, ja, so
Yes, for sure. At the end of the day, I can put it in this way.
auch so sagen. Mein Kind war da.
My child was there, and therefore I have never lost my awareness of life, since I knew that she needs me.
Doch dieser Punkt,
But in that moment, when it screamed within me, "Enough is enough," was a moment when I realized that I couldn't control it anymore.
wo ich gemerkt habe,
When I noticed that the drugs were taking over me, all of these traumas moved through my body, those memories and this carousel of thoughts. I couldn't turn it off. I couldn't sleep. I myself was just jittery and in a delusional state. I got several quirks already, some kind of outer perfectionism. Everything had to be sorted and built up by size. I really had some extreme quirks and repetitions that I had to perform and celebrate.
vollziehen musste und zelebrieren musste. Ich konnte Menschen
I couldn't hear people chew and so on, and got lots of symptoms since I was totally overstimulated.
Und dieser Moment,
Therefore, that moment when I screamed at myself, when basically my soul screamed at me, "Enough is enough, I want to live," was when I was fully aware that either I will continue like that and lose my child, and lose everything that I had known as life, and lose my body, or I'm going to change something now.
oder ich verändere jetzt etwas.
You were involved with drugs and you experienced sexual violence. Were you in another relationship afterwards where this pattern was repeated?
Ja, tatsächlich.
Yes, indeed.
Dadurch, dass ich ja selber
Due to the fact that I was always in this victim state, I am a victim, I must be so bad since all of this is being done to me.
getan wird, habe ich
I have attracted such people accordingly.
immer angezogen. Und ich
I was in an environment at the time
ein Umfeld, sag
where sexual violence or violence in general towards women was normal.
sexuelle Gewalt und Gewalt gegen Frauen an der Tagesordnung waren.
Here in Germany?
Here in Germany, yes.
When was that?
Es muss so zwischen
That must have been between 2003, 4 and 2007 or 8, somewhere around that.
28
I believe I was 28, maybe 29. It may have been in 2009 when I experienced the scream within me.
ist. Und in dieser Zwischenzeit bin ich dann wirklich noch einmal
In the meantime, I had gone this whole path again.
und habe hier in Deutschland
and had seen things happening here in Germany where I thought,
wo ich einfach gemerkt habe,
wow, there's so much illusion going on.
so viel
So much is being kept
There's so much illusion going on.
in Deutschland
and had seen things happening here in Germany where I thought,
wo ich einfach gemerkt habe,
wow, there's so much illusion going on.
so viel
So much is being kept neat and beautiful on the surface.
und sogar die reichsten
Well, that's how this matrix works, right? I mean, it's all illusions. It's all deception. Well, not all, but pretty damn close near to all deception. And all we got to do is pierce through that veil to see and understand that this whole thing is a clown show, including our most recent chatter. Thank you, Jimmy. And so I like how Joyce is putting this out there and letting us know that just how wacky and crazy things are, and that it's all an illusion. And NDEers will say the same thing. So many people in these topics and subtopics will say the same thing, that, you know, this is one gigantic virtual reality. It's some crazy clown show. And that, you know, we are these amazingly powerful beings, but because we are not given the opportunity to take things into our own hands and have full transparency about just what the hell's going on, it leads people like me and everyone in the chat to continue to question this wacky reality and the realms that are linked to this realm. Okay? And that's it. It's just about asking the big questions and understanding that everything that's being presented isn't adding up, and that we need to continue to ask these big questions and put this realm and its sub-realms to the test and say, hey, not going to deal with it anymore. You know, all that happens to us is that we're lied to, deceived on this insane scale. But yet, for some reason, people just like to blindly trust what's going on just right outside of here, that clearly, with zero doubt, has links to this realm. All the same mechanisms. It can't be denied because it exists. It's clear that there are realms working in unison with one another to further the enslavement and debauchery of humanity.
Even the richest people are basically responsible for that. So many bad things can happen because they have certain tendencies or demand certain things in their relationships. I really have experienced a lot there.
Also ich habe da wirklich einiges erlebt so, und das war auch noch einmal richtig krass.
It got really intense once again and was kind of an awakening.
Bin ich aufgewacht.
But in the end, I did wake up for myself on many different levels. The near-death experience was something that proved me I am not crazy.
Ich spinne nicht. Das war für mich.
As a matter of fact, that was an anchor to me.
Wir müssen hier nicht auf alle Details.
We don't have to go into all the details of your biography, but in summary, one can say that you have, for a very long time, lived through crises and low points. Keyword.
Okay. I am at I'm over 2 hours and 20 minutes, so I'm just going to take a brief break, and I will see you all again in about 5 minutes. We got a little bit more to go, and then we'll get to questions. So see you back here in about 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience, my friends. Okay. I don't know if we lost the music there. Looks like we may have. That's away. Anyways, welcome back. Just wanted to send out a quick reminder for Last Timers Club members. Our monthly live stream together is today, technically, August 28th, 2022 at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you're interested in joining, feel free to check out the pinned comment above about the memberships. And I'd like to thank all supporters of the channel. Appreciate you. And just remember that most of the content here on the channel is free and available. I'd say like 90 something percent of it, 98% of the content here on the channel is free. But if you'd like access to the monthly members live streams and early access to some of the video shorts, and then I'm also going to be covering some of the shorter NDEs as well and various experiencer accounts, and we'll be putting those out available. Usually give 1 to 2 weeks early access for anyone who's interested in joining the memberships. Again, that's level 2 and higher. Thank you again. And your support is always appreciated, but never expected. We live in these crazy times where we're all our backs are up against the wall, but the most important thing is spreading the information. So let's try and just get the word out there, make more people aware of it. Heck, I'd love to get the eyes of the big researchers on this to at least consider everything and take a serious look at it, but that may not always be the case. So it is what it is, and yeah, it's tough because this topic really deserves more attention. And before we go into the next segment, I'd like to give a big thank you to Kelvin. Thank you so much for your Stripe donation the other day. Very much appreciated, my friend, and your other Stripe donation last month as well. Thank you so much, Calvin. So that was very kind of you. Okay, so hey Puya, good to see you, brother. Oh, okay, you need another invite, Barbie Chop Shop? No problem. I will take a note here, but if for some reason I do forget, don't hesitate to email me as a reminder. All right, so I want to give a big thank you to Jimmy Spirit, our longtime friend of the channel who helps out behind the scenes and during the live streams. Jimmy's been busting out some badass music lately. So Jimmy, feel free to pop up your link to your music station. Was it SoundCloud or wherever you're posting? I don't remember off the top of my head, but feel free to pop up your links, man, and give people a heads up. He's rocking it over there, and just want to let you know I appreciate you, brother. Okay, so let's get moving along here.
For a fact, that was an anchor to me.
Wir müssen hier nicht auf alle Details.
We don't have to go into all the details of your biography, but, in summary, one can say that you have, for a very long time, lived through crises and low points. Keywords here are post-traumatic stress disorder, burnout, anxiety, stress, chronic diseases, the whole range, and the therapies that come along with that. How did you manage to put your life together again?
Doch wieder in den Griff zu bekommen.
Wie gesagt, der Beginn war...
As I said, the beginning was enough is enough. I want to live.
Und ich habe angefangen,
I began by doing a cold turkey off cocaine again.
vom Kokain. Habe es auch
I
geschafft.
did that and then moved towards the direction of personality development.
Persönlichkeitsentwicklung so ein bisschen zu bewegen. Und ich habe so gemerkt, je mehr
Then I noticed that the more I have dealt with myself, the more interesting life became. For some things, I received answers from within, and then I thought, okay, it is actually not like I used to tell myself the whole time. It can be viewed in a different way too, and then it's easier. By remembering what I have done as a child already, through my near-death experience, I also remembered that I, as a child, have always liked Native Americans and shamans. I even had my own tent in my children's room, kind of my own tipi. And I noticed, hey, there was something that has always opened up my heart. When I was 30 years old, I was given even more diagnoses by doctors. Chronically traumatized was the main diagnosis, and in the meantime, I had had multiple unsuccessful therapies over the years. At least 18 or 19 until this point. Psychologically, I was quite skilled, I would say. I was aware of many things that had to do with psychology. It just didn't help me personally. Then I said to myself, look, Joyce, all these pills and everything else I have done until this point has not done me any good. It leads me to a certain point, and then I break down over and over again. I didn't want that anymore. That was not how I wanted to live. I said to myself, there must be another way. Especially since there was another moment when I was so low again and thought, it is better for me to die because then I can be there for my child as an angel because I am worth nothing as a mother.
Can you believe feeling that? That just kills me hearing that come out of Joyce. Why would she think that? She came back for her daughter. Regardless of what we all feel or however this whole thing did play itself out and what the reasonings were for it, that's besides the point. You can tell Joyce was worried about one thing and one thing only. The whole reason that she came back in the first place was to care for her daughter. That much we know. So to hear her say that, it's just heartbreaking. It really is. She, well, you get the point.
Die because then I can be there for my child as an angel because I am worth nothing as a mother. That's how low I was, even though I didn't take any drugs anymore, no cocaine. I did consume lots of cannabis, alcohol, and cigarettes still. I was always in self-destruction and therefore said at one point, I can't do it anymore. I then began to look for shamans who might be able to heal trauma, and I did find something. I participated in a shamanic trauma healing. I came out of it after laying there for 3 hours, and I felt like I was breathing for the first time, as if I was seeing the sun for the first time, as if I felt myself for the first time. This moment was like a huge trigger once again to my origin, to the original that I am. So I went on that path more and more. I had shamanic training, I went deeper and deeper into it, and lived this soul level very, very strongly. It can also become a little trap to just live on the soul level. I always lived according to the term high fly. It's all light and love, so to speak.
All right, so see, Joyce. See, she's like many other NDEers where they feel this huge connection to their experience. But they also know, and I know astral projectors will say this, lucid dreamers will say this, and breakthrough trip report experiencers, shared death experience. I mean, we can go on and on, where they feel that they can have 1 foot in this world, 1 foot outside of this world. And their life can drastically change because of an experience that they had, because they have the realization that their experience, their existence, transcends the physical body. But again, we are blocked off from all this. We talk about this constantly. Excuse me, how Western culture is just ransacked and perfectly set up to get us to believe that we're not, basically we're a bag of bones when we die. It's the most defeating narrative that probably could ever come out of the Matrix. Just like someone who thinks they're an atheist. I mean, those who think that atheism isn't a religion are wrong, because it is. It's a belief system. And it's probably like the king of all belief systems, because if you fall into the trap of atheism, and I did for a very brief moment in my life, but even in the back of my head, I said, no, this makes no sense. Like and that's kind of like the lack of the belief in God. But atheism kind of falls under this umbrella that, it's just like everything is this physical reality, and basically nothing exists outside here. Or if it does, it's, some cosmic accident, or that we're, just the equivalent of a grain of sand on the beach. And that's something the system likes to push too, is that, yeah, you're the equivalent of a grain of sand on the beach. Talk about, demeaning somebody. Talk about crushing somebody beyond belief. And not at least leaving the door open that they are this all-powerful creator being capable of amazing abilities. But they know no different because of how dumbed down this physical body is, how perfectly set up this whole situation is to continually get us trapped in this nightmare. If you ever have a chance to leave your body, you'll know without any doubt in your mind that you are more than all of this. But if you grow up and are indoctrinated in a certain set of systems, all that power is just going to fall by the wayside. And yeah, you may question it, but you know what you got to do? You got to fight and fight and fight to really find yourself and deprogram yourself from all the previous things that you used to learn or that you were told. And that's not easy. It's not easy. It's almost like it's set up on purpose.
It can also become a little trap to just live on the soul level. I always lived according to the term high fly. It's all light and love, so to speak. Yes, it is all light and love, but we are still allowed to live and be here as human beings in our bodies on earth. And that what we see here should be perceived and acknowledged. then we can make the best out of it on other levels with that knowledge and the higher consciousness.
Bloß da musste ich dann auch erstmal hin zu dieser Erkenntnis.
I simply had to come to this realization first, and at the end of the day, my spiritual path was much easier for me due to the near-death experience, because it was reality for me. It was nothing I had to believe in. I knew it was like that.
Und doch hat mir
Yet, the shamanic path has not helped me to such an extent yet that I was able to say, I am completely healed, I have no physical symptoms anymore, or this carousel of thoughts finally came to a rest. I still had this pull again and again towards the past, my experiences, the violence and so forth.
Doch ich wollte das nicht mehr.
But I didn't want that anymore. Then I thought, okay, how can I actually change all of that? I want to be free finally. And I really observed myself during that time, without judging, without analyzing. I simply observed. And that alone is super exhausting.
Das alleine zu machen, das ist mega anstrengend. Und doch habe ich es geschafft.
Yet I made it, luckily.
Und als ich dann
I got up one day and felt pure life within me. I was full of life, full of joy. I wanted to dance.
Ich wollte tanzen.
I was in this mode that I wanted to celebrate. This was the moment when I thought, yes, I made it, here I am, that is me.
Das bin ich. Und hier in diesem Moment kam
Everything came together in this moment, what I had perceived during my near-death experience already.
Okay, so what does that sound like? Everything that she experienced in her near-death experience was starting to come to fruition when she was back. That screams life script. Just saying. It seems more evident than ever how this whole thing is rolled out. Everything going back to the daughter, with the daughter falling asleep and then the daughter appearing, you know, which again is rare considering that many NDEers see previously deceased family members or deities or whoever. And then in her case, and it's not like it's doesn't happen, but you know, it's rare for it to occur. She had her daughter basically say, hey, mommy, got to get back to Earth so you can take care of me and love me, protect me. Meanwhile, she's battling with the husband, trying to protect herself, trying to protect her child. And now, all of a sudden, things that were happening in NDE are coming true. I mean, if this doesn't scream life script, I don't know what does. It's all there, my friends.
Yes, I made it, here I am, that is me.
Das bin ich. Und hier in diesem Moment kam
Everything came together in this moment, what I had perceived during my near-death experience already, when I moved towards this direction where I felt the love, the weightlessness, the peace, the happiness, the joy.
Frieden, das Glück, die Freude, all das, wonach wir immer streben.
Everything that we strive for was felt by me on that day, in this moment.
Da wusste ich hab's geschafft.
That's when I knew I made it. And so I continued to build on that. Therefore, it became easier and easier for me. Accepting the environment, the outer world, my past, reactions from other people, because I have finally accepted myself fully and I could finally feel myself.
I finally accepted myself fully.
And I could finally feel myself.
So it feels like she is kind of, you know, I don't like to make assumptions, but it feels like Joyce, you know, finally reached a point of contentness and she is kind of living out the script that she's supposed to. And she got a little nudge during that near-death experience.
Und mich endlich spüren.
Was machen Sie heute?
What exactly are you doing today as a spiritual guide, having lived through all these experiences?
Ja, also dankbarerweise kann ich
Thanks to my experience, I can meet people there where they are, every one of them,
weil ich ja wirklich
since I have experienced so unbelievably much, since I had diagnosis, since I've healed myself, since I have found my life force energy again, and since I know that this life force is within every one of us.
und so arbeite ich halt.
That's how I work with people today. I make them remind again, by letting them feel again, that they are so much more than what they see in the mirror
Nur das, was sie im Spiegel sehen oder was ihnen die ganze Zeit erzählt
or what they have been told by others or themselves. Nobody
Exactly what they've been told by others or somebody else. That is the realm in a nutshell. Belief, 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 belief. Believe me, I have your best interest at heart. Believe me, we're, going to prevent this attack, that attack. And, you need this, you need that. You need to send your children to school and do this and that and this and that. You need to take this, you need to take that. You need to register your freaking dog. You need to register your freaking cat. Come on. All we are doing when we're here is being told what to do and how to think. Then, on top of it, we come here with this freaking memory wipe. Again, red flag, red flag, red flag. This whole situation going on is nuts. But it just takes a little bit of time to sift through and see it all and call it out for what it is, and not just revert back to Stockholm syndrome as if this whole thing is, divine and amazing and it's part of God's plan and yada, yada, yada. No. This place has done nothing but continue to lead me and many of you I know to ask questions about just what the hell is going on here. And then we see all these experiencer cases and it just drives it home that, we're in like the biggest illusion possibly in the multiverse or whatever verse you want to call it. This nuthouse existence. But that doesn't mean that they're all like this. And that's a key thing I think I need to point out, is that just because it's a nut house here and a nut house in a lot of these astral realms that are linked to here, doesn't mean that it's all like that. I don't believe that. I don't. Because if it was, then many of us wouldn't be talking. A lot of us wouldn't be here concerned and actually care for others and this and that. Like I just feel it's easy to get lost here. That's all. Easy. And all we got to do is look out for ourselves, maybe spread the word a little bit to those who are receptive. Don't waste too much time on it, but spend time with those who are open and receptive and work on yourself. And once you realize this is the biggest clown show this side of the galaxy, or I hate using the word galaxy, but this side of the multiverse, so we say, then you regain your own power. You realize how much more you are, how much more you can do, and how to best handle yourself in the afterlife and leading up to that moment. So, hope that makes sense.
or what they have been told by others or themselves. Nobody has to limit oneself because we are wonderful, unique beings. That's what I do. I make them remind that they are allowed to believe in themselves again. Absolutely. Everyone should please believe in themselves and never give up on themselves because every human being is precious and valuable.
Stichwort
Speaking of change of perspective, can you name one example of
I don't know. I'm just going to throw this out there, guys. I mean, just think about who she dealt with. She dealt with a being who abused her, almost killed her, threw knives at her. And, you know, I think this blind forgiveness thing, it doesn't mean that, you know, her husband or any of us who've gone through some crap haven't necessarily done that in our past lives. But still, it doesn't mean that you need to throw logic out the window and look at this whole situation as it, at least at a bare minimum, not being healthy. At a full maximum throttle, the whole thing being a deception by design. And that this false dichotomy between karma and sinning and all these other things kind of falls by the wayside when this whole realm is a literal insane asylum. Literal. And a lot of people are off their rockers because of how insane it is. It's how so many things are pushed on people that it gets them to the point of losing it. And some may be able to stay centered and as balanced as possible, and then others may fall off the deep end and kind of rediscover themselves and center themselves, and then it can go any direction. But this whole situation is set up in such a perfect way that it's designed perfectly to extract the maximum amount of people to not think critically and just lose themselves into some box that has been pre-prepared for them and ready to just have them stuffed aside in that box until they find the next box that the Matrix has ready and waiting for them. And rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. You know, one time you're the jerk, next time you're the loving, amazing being, and flip-flop, vice versa. I mean, it can go on and on and on. There's no end in sight. So transcend it all. Realize your true power. Realize your sovereignty, non-interference, liberation, all that stuff. Walk that path and see what happens. Again, I don't pretend to have all the answers. Just try it. You know, if this whole system is everything it advertises itself to be, and it's not, then, you know, fine. All right. FC's wrong. Wayne Bush is wrong. Dan at Overwatch channel is wrong. So be it. If this whole thing is loving and amazing and incredible, then it can wait. It doesn't need instantaneous decisions for us to make. And you know what? It seems to crave us to make instantaneous decisions. That's what it wants. That's what it craves. Uneducated, biased, indoctrinated opinions that came right from this realm. All learned here in a perfect manner. So perfect that it is just hoping and praying, Preying, am I spelling that right? Preying on us not Pray, but it's preying on us to make a decision that it wants us to make based on what it's laid out from childhood. And then, of course, I don't want to go too far off the deep end because I can rant on this forever, but childhood, early development, and how intergenerational indoctrination and trauma carry over in the lineage until someone actively achieves self-awareness and realizes just how damaging their family lineage has played out, that they need to make a change. So, anyways, there's some food for thought.
Give up on themselves because every human being is precious and valuable.
Stichwort
Speaking of change of perspective, can you name one example of development which you have witnessed that has especially amazed and touched you?
das bewegt hat.
Nehmen wir eine Frau
There was a woman who was not in touch with her daughter anymore.
mit ihrer Tochter ja überhaupt nicht mehr so in Kontakt gewesen ist.
They were in a very sad, bad contact.
Und ihr Fokus war halt
Her
die ganze
focus
Zeit
was
natürlich
on the
auf den
contact with her
mit ihrer
daughter, of
Tochter
course.
gerichtet. Und sie
She
selbst
somehow never
ist
got
irgendwie
any
auf die Ware
further.
gekommen.
She
Sie hat
always
immer
said that
gesagt,
she
sie hat
has a
eine Blockade.
blockage.
Also sie ist nicht in Verbindung
She is
mit
not
ihrem
connected
höheren
to her
Selbst.
higher self, and that has
Das hat sie
stressed her
halt
a lot.
mega belastet,
That she
dass
had
sie
no
halt mit
relationship to
ihrem
her
Kind
child anymore.
keine Beziehung mehr
That there
hatte,
was
sodass
this
es da eine
separation.
Trennung gewesen ist. Und ich habe halt angefangen, mit ihr zu arbeiten.
So I started to
dass sie
work
halt
with
wieder
her
anfängt, sich selbst
so that she would
zu
feel
fühlen,
herself
sich
again,
selbst
acknowledge herself, see herself.
anzuerkennen, sich selbst zu sehen. Und wir sind wirklich
We
von
really
Moment
moved from
zu
moment to
sind wir
moment, which
vorangegangen.
then opened up
Und dadurch
the
hat sich
space for her.
sozusagen der Raum
It was
für
no
sie
longer
auch
about what
geöffnet. Es ging
happened
nicht mehr
or
darum,
what
was
someone
gewesen
had
ist
said once.
oder
That is not how I
mal
work.
gesagt hat.
That is
Also
something I
Arbeit
know
ist
from
nicht,
my
das habe ich
therapy
aus meiner
experience. It has never done
Therapieerfahrung
anything
erlebt.
for
Das hat mir
me
nie etwas
to just
gebracht
look
im
back over and over again.
sondern wir sind von jetzt
We
ins Hier
rather
und Jetzt
moved
gegangen.
from now to the
Und je
next
mehr wir das
now.
gemacht
The
haben
more
und
we
je
did
mehr ich
that,
mit ihr
the
auch
more I
gesprochen
talked to
habe
her
und
and
geholfen
helped her,
habe,
the
ist sie
more she
wirklich
grew inside and got
gewachsen
stronger.
innerlich. So, sie
She
wurde
got
immer
more
stärker, sie
stable,
wurde
became
stabiler,
more
sie hat sich mehr
joyous,
und
and
mehr
got happier
gefreut,
and happier.
glücklicher. Sie hat plötzlich Dinge angefangen,
She suddenly
wovon sie schon
started
immer
doing
geträumt
things that she
hatte
had
und hat sich
always
da
dreamed of
weiterentwickelt.
and has
Sie war
continued
wirklich
to
so
develop
wundervoll auf
there.
ihrem eigenen
She was
Weg.
really
Und
doing so
plötzlich,
wonderful in
ich
her
sag immer,
way.
es hat etwas
And
mit
suddenly
unserem
something
Energiefeld zu
happened.
tun. Wenn
I
wir das
always say
verändern,
it has
senden wir
something
ja
to
auch
do
andere
with our
Frequenzen aus.
energetic field.
Und
If
so war
we
es dann
change
auch.
that,
Plötzlich hat
we
sich
will
ihre
also send
Tochter
out other
bei ihr dann
frequencies.
gemeldet.
And that's how it was.
Ihre Tochter
Suddenly, her
ist
daughter
sofort
got
wieder
in
bei
touch
ihr.
with her
Sie
again,
sind jetzt
and her
dabei,
daughter
wieder
is
ein
with her more
harmonisches,
often now.
möglichst
They are
harmonisches
now in the
Verhältnis
process of
aufzubauen.
rebuilding a
Und das
harmonious
berührt mich,
relationship. That is touching to
immer
me
wieder
because it
zeigt,
shows
was
me
ich auch
exactly
selber
what
bei
I
mir
have
erlebt
experienced
habe.
myself.
In dem Moment, wo
The
ich
moment I
angefangen habe,
really
an mir
started to
selbst
work on
wirklich zu
myself,
arbeiten,
the
hat sich auch
relationship
mein
to my
Verhältnis zu
child
meinem
has
Kind
changed, and
verändert
even my
und
child
auch
has
mein
changed for
Kind
the
hat
better.
sich verändert zum Positiven.
Okay, so you can see how this can all play itself out. It gets certain narratives advertised down here, which I like to call the Matrix Marketing Department, and everything plays out because of the vulnerability, because of how susceptible we are to the limited perception in which we experience this reality. And so if we go outside of this reality, if we leave our bodies through whatever means, near-death experience, out-of-body experience / astral projection, lucid dreaming, breakthrough trip, whatever the case may be, shared death experience, after-death communication, all this stuff, depending on the level in which these things are experienced, those thoughts, those experiences that are specifically guided in a certain way can play themselves out. And it doesn't mean that it's for the benefit of the individual or those in the individual's network of friends, family, loved ones, whoever. Okay? But what it does do is continue to push it on things like the internet. It continues to expose itself front and center. So when are we just going to say no? When are we going to say no? You don't have power over me. You don't have power over anyone. You're a clown show. Why does the clown show deserve attention, let alone respect? It doesn't. Because remember, nothing lines up with what all these people say. They all say the same thing over and over and over again, regardless of where they live, what they were brought up in. There are certain data points that never change. It's either going to be a, love and light NDE, or it's going to be this hell-like NDE. But at the end of the day, they're all saying the same thing. They all came back to share their story. They all came back to further the Matrix agenda, either unknowingly or knowingly. I think most do it unknowingly. So, I don't think Joyce is purposely misleading us. But because of her experience, because of the way her life script also played out afterwards and the parties that were involved, it makes it easier for us to fall into the trap. It makes it easier for Joyce to fall into the trap. And if all these stories are out there over and over and over again, and they're not looked at with a fine-tooth comb and listening to the key moments where these people who have these incredible experiences drop clues, then all it does is impact us. It impacts the person listening at the other end. Don't we deserve better? Don't we deserve better? It's not all love and light. I'm sorry, it's just not. I wish it was. And if it was, I'd be the first person raising my hand talking about it. But you get the point.
Relationship to my child has changed, and even my child has changed for the better. It is simply wonderful to be mirrored this experience by this woman. I am very, very grateful for every path that I am allowed to accompany. I am allowed to experience so many wonderful things as soon as people start to allow something. Stand up and take responsibility for themselves. Get out of blame into the responsibility and into caring for themselves more and more. Whether that is just a one-time experience or a two-time or a long-lasting experience. Lives are being changed for these people because they suddenly perceive themselves very differently. That basically touches me every time.
Jetzt noch auf die gesamte Gesellschaft.
Referring now to society as a whole, which you have come to know in all its different shades, when you say that many people are being caught up in their self-development, do you have any general advice here?
Haben Sie da einen
What would be beneficial society-wide in order to change that?
weit von Vorteil, das zu ändern?
Ja, also da gibt es tatsächlich etwas.
Yes, there is indeed something, and it is something I always say.
Wir dürfen rausgehen aus.
We are allowed to step out of evaluation, judgment.
Did you hear that? Allowed. You're allowed. Allowed. Key word right there, my friends. Who has the authority to make us, quote unquote, allowed to step outside?
Ja, also da gibt es tatsächlich etwas.
Yes, there is indeed something, and it is something I always say.
Wir dürfen rausgehen aus.
We are allowed to step out of evaluation, judgment, condemnation, and this whole finger pointing in general. And we are allowed to step into self-responsibility, which is outside of guilt. Blame is something imposed.
But it's contained within the matrix, right, guys?
Responsibility, which is outside of guilt. Blame is something imposed. I put it on myself, or someone puts it on me, and I accept it. We can step out of guilt because it's always about development, and we can only develop if there is no one who is constantly standing there pointing at us with his finger saying, you, you, you. Also, we can only develop once we stop evaluating ourselves all the time, but rather look and say, okay, this is the path I've walked. It might have felt a little hard, yet I have walked it, and now I am taking the best out of this path as much as I can, because
I'm taking the best out of this path. And that path seems to point towards nothing but some sort of outside force telling Joyce and many others what to do, how to act, and, get back on track. Get back on track and share your story. Spread the word of the Matrix. And don't think twice about it. Again, I mean no ill will at all whatsoever to Joyce or any of these NDEs that I go over, because that's not my goal. My goal is to just say, hey, there's holes here. Not in the experiencer, but holes in the control structure, the wannabe control structure that is trying to take us for a ride.
I have walked it, and now I am taking the best out of this path as much as I can, because I always say we have limited minds, and we don't even know what else there might be that's the best for us. But once I say, okay, here I am at peace with myself, with my heart, it feels good for my body and for myself, then this is how I have to go there, how I have to position myself to me. Unfortunately, we live in a society where people only look at others, and where it is all about what has the one done and what has the other done, instead of simply saying, hey, it's all about growth, about self-development and progression, because that is the only way a real, true society can grow.
Okay, just hear what she has to say. 1 minute.
Society where people only look at others, and where it is all about what has the one done and what has the other done, instead of simply saying, hey, it's all about growth, about self-development and progression, because that is the only way a real, true society can grow. Hey, it's all about growth, about self-development and progression.
Oh boy. Here I am talking like crazy. Oh man. Jeannie's the only one that's man. I was talking for so long. I'm sorry, guys. All right. All right. Forget the point that I was trying to make. All right. Hey, Joyce. Sorry, Joyce. Sorry, conscious soul. All right. I was ranting. I was on a roll. At least I thought I was on a roll in my head. All right. All right. Fuck this. All right. Let's continue. Jesus. Sorry, guys.
Because that is the only way a real, true society can grow. Because if I am for myself, and if I feel myself, then I am able to feel and perceive the other. If I perceive myself, if I acknowledge myself, then I can also acknowledge and perceive my counterpart. If that will continue like a positive domino effect, then we can do something wonderful for us, for a true and real and honest society, and therefore, of course, for the whole world.
What do you answer when you're being asked, perhaps because of your personal path, why do some people experience so much suffering?
Of course, I have always asked this myself too. And for years I've been in this concept that I have a bad karma. I have once done something evil and therefore so much evil is happening to me. Nowadays, I am sure, due to my otherworldly experience, that it is not about guilt. It is, once again, about growth, self-development, and self-responsibility. Therefore, a life full of suffering does not mean that someone is or was a bad person, or that their ancestors were bad. It is simply something that shows us that we are allowed to change something, and we can begin to use it for us instead of always against us or others.
Destiny as a mission of life.
Destiny is something that is being sent to us, and we can only be sent something that resonates with our energetic field. That means if I am in a high energy, something beautiful will be sent to me, something high, not in a sense of value, but rather something wonderful, pleasing, positive. If I am in a negative, dark, and low energy, then only something according to that can be sent. Therefore, in my opinion, destiny is something that we can always reshape and redesign due to our personal responsibility. Fate is a possibility, but not a rule. If this has always happened to me, it will continue to happen. No, destiny is a gift, so that we can evolve.
Ms. Nassar, thank you for the insight into your work and your biography. Thank you so much for this conversation.
All right. So I apologize for, oh man. I was ranting for quite a few minutes there. I apologize for all that. What a bummer. Anyways, I was kind of just rambling how we are all, or at least many experiencers, and for all out there who have just been privy to the amazing experience that is the Earth realm, that we're all just indoctrinated, we are taken advantage of. And the one thing NDE show is that it doesn't end there. That it's this blind faith that we all, or not all, well, obviously, yes, we all have fallen for it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, right, guys? Let's just call it what it is. We would not be here if it wasn't for us buying into this whole illusion. And when you hear NDEs like Joyce's and many others, what we see over and over and over again is how this system takes advantage of someone. Someone is kind and as loving as Joyce gets the stick. You know, they get screwed. And she doesn't deserve it, but she's one being out of many who goes through all this stuff. But they're still here. I mean, how perfect does Joyce's life script seem? Not in a good way, but it seems so perfectly calculated. It's unbelievable, right? I mean, she has her daughter. The daughter falls asleep in front of her arguing parents for 4 to 5 hours, maybe more. I don't know. 4 to 5 hours plus, let's just say. And then she has this incredible experience and is scared out of her mind when she comes back of the man who almost killed her. And all she wants to do is protect her daughter. But her daughter was the one who was there. And again, like, you know, I am just saying that most of the NDE data out there points towards people having an experience and not necessarily having an experience but not necessarily being completely cut off. Although the memory wipe, the more and more I look at it with NDEs, it does seem to present itself in very tricky ways. But the fact that the memory wipe exists in any way, shape, or form, and that there are enough documented experiencer accounts, that we are able to go through and sift through and bring some sort of, you know, rough conclusion about is concerning. Because we all live here. We're all here under the veil of forgetfulness. Nobody's exempt. And those who claim that they are all knowing and that they're, you know, they have the answers to the universe and that, you know, their NDE or their spiritually transformative experience just, you know, laid it all out. But yet they're still here. They're still trying to help people. They're trying to help people, though, within the confines of this matrix system. And that's where the problem comes in. Because what does that do? It reinforces a certain ideology that someone runs across. Not just while they're here. Not just that was learned while they were here. But it's also reinforced on the other side. The other side. The astral. The parasitic astral realms that link to this place. And then it's furthered. And then that information trickles down and comes back here. There's a reason why we continue to see this over and over and over again. And it's not because they're all lies. Okay, can a few people be hoodwinking us and messing with us and just giving us a complete BS story? Absolutely. Come on. I mean, we all know that's possible. But when you start to see it pop up time and time and time again, then it becomes a data point. then it becomes a point where we all have to sit here and say, okay, yeah, sure, they don't have like the evidence that some other NDErs may have, but we see a commonality that does link up with an NDE that is, it's an incredible case, well documented, maybe by emergency room staff or what have you. And one of the biggest things I've tried to do is open myself up to a wide variety of experiencer accounts. And I think it's really important to do that because you want to have a bigger sample size. So when you're doing your own research and you're out there, listen to what they're saying and jot down a few of the data points and see how often are those specific things coming up and how does it possibly relate to the big picture. Not saying it's going to give you the full picture, because I don't think the full picture is ever capable of being realized while we're here. The one thing I can say, with a bunch of certainty is that we are indeed living in some sort of insane asylum that is a matrix reincarnation soul trap realm. But what does this realm try to do? I mean, you don't even need to have a near-death experience to realize this, because all of us have seen it or experienced it in some way, shape, or form. It's that we are continually diminished, talked down to, made to believe that we need to answer to something outside ourselves, that we need to, that we don't even have a right to question it. It's divine. It's automatically divine. It's automatically loving. It's automatically on the up and up. But yet we have sample size data points where people are going through this experience, having a memory wipe, openly admitting it, like Joyce did, and then coming out the other end saying that, everything's love and light, or that, you need to follow this, you need to follow that, or, you need to go here, and they're just kind of doing the bidding of the matrix system. All right, so that's it. I'm sorry for kind of going on a rant earlier and being muted for 10 minutes. Happens once in a while. I apologize. But I just want to say I appreciate each and every one of you. Also, if I wanted to put this out there too, over on Rumble, if any of you on Rumble, please consider subscribing to the channel over on there, because I was almost going to pay for access to stream on their platform, but then I realized that all you need is 100 subscribers. I don't know if there's any limitations once you hit that, and maybe you can do this, maybe you can't do that. I don't know. But from my understanding is, at this current moment at least, that if I get to 100 subscribers, I'll be able to stream the channel over on Rumble. And I am going to be paying for a service that is $40 a month and multi-streaming on a bunch of different places and trying to get the word out, because I feel it's a great investment to try and spread the word. And also want to put out there that the only way this channel is really ever found is by beings like yourself. Sovereign beings like yourself. This channel is not recommended on YouTube. And if it is, it's few and far between. And the numbers that I see YouTube claiming, I don't believe. And I know a lot of it, almost all of it, comes from word of mouth. So if you have a website, a blog, a Discord, a Facebook, a Twitter, an Instagram, yada yada, Telegram. If you don't mind sharing the channel, I'd greatly appreciate it, because really the most important thing above all of this is that the word gets out. And I know many of you have been doing this for a while, and I appreciate each and every one of you. And if we can continue to share the channel, that would be great too. As I explained with YouTube, I recently received a few weeks back a warning. And the way YouTube works is you get a warning and then you get 3 strikes. And then once you get the 3rd strike, you're gone. Okay? So I've been on YouTube for a while. Even though I created my account in 2006, I had been watching a little bit before that. Not much, maybe like a year before or 6 months before, something like that. I don't know. It wasn't much. But the point is, you know, we live in different times than we did in the old school internet. And if you have a platform, if you have a following, or if you just feel like commenting in a comment section, feel free to share this information with those who you think may be receptive. Those that are questioning this reality and realizing what a clown show it is. It's the biggest gift you can give anyone. And it's not about the views. I don't care about the views, although it's incredible to see the channel growing and that more and more people are seeing this information, even though I'm putting in a little less effort because I've had a rough month. But it's so important that this information gets out, guys. And I know a lot of you are helping out behind the scenes. And I think I just want to say this, that when I started this channel, it's been a crazy evolution, because I started off with filming orbs, filming, the planets, the stars, and realizing hardcore how deceived I was. And, you have people out there say, oh, you get a P900, P1000, you're not going to prove anything. No. Trust me when I say this. Anyone who gets that camera, and this, I'm going to be rambling here, so just bear with me. But when I bought the P900, I was on a mission to prove or disprove the validity and bullshit of this realm. And it started with the moon, started with the stars, started with orbs, and realizing that, we can impact certain things with our intention as creator beings, and a lot of weird stuff can happen, and also expose itself. The moon specifically is great at that. And I noticed someone was talking about the lunar wave thing earlier on the show. I posted a video back in 2018. I think it was called Lunar Scanner. And that happened to me. I was filming the moon like crazy. And I swear, guys, that I would get these weird communications to go outside and film the moon. And this morning when I filmed that lunar scanner, the same type of thing happened. I was awoken. I had the camera already ready to go because I've been filming like crazy anyways. And I went outside and there was the moon scanning itself with multiple lines. The video's really old. And just to also let you guys know, if you're looking at the channel specifically on a phone, YouTube has conveniently taken away the feature where you can sort by oldest. So the only way to sort by oldest videos, which would be obviously my older videos, would be to sort by oldest. But you would need to use desktop view. The other thing I'd like to point out is in the live chat, like for instance, the stream that we're in tonight, you always want to click the top where it says top chat and click the down arrow and click live chat, because otherwise it's more than likely you're going to miss something. And if perhaps maybe some of you might have noticed, maybe not, but not all my videos, but a good chunk of my videos from dating back to a year and a half, 2 years ago, all the comment sections are sort by new. And if it's sorted by new, and this is something anyone who puts videos up on YouTube should know, is if you have your settings set up where it's sort by new, then you're not likely to miss a comment unless you have certain filters on your account. Or like if there's links in there or something like that and YouTube doesn't like them, they could just delete the comment. So, but what I started to find is as I was looking at YouTube videos, you have sort by top chat, sort by live chat, or most recent. And what it does is open up a huge bunch of comments that is specifically designed for you not to find. Okay, so the other thing I'd recommend is to not get sucked up into the bull of this world, is to, when you're on your homepage or recommended, you can also click the 3 dots on the right hand side and click do not recommend or not interested. If you click do not recommend, you'll never hear from that channel again. It's beautiful. It's one of the only saving graces that YouTube has left. You have the ability to shut off the information that is trying to suck you in and get you to believe in the illusion. But it takes some time. I'm not lying. It took me probably, I don't know, quite a few months to really get through it, because what's interesting is when there's like these big media moments that the Matrix is just dying to get your attention for, these weird ass outlets will come out of nowhere. Like during the whole, I think I talked about this before, the whole Johnny Depp and Amber whoever clown show that the Matrix put on for us. There were channels that I had never in my life heard of. I've never watched a video of them. But what it did was expose, it was specifically the Midwest actually, is those channels would come up like Fox or CBS or NBC or this or that. And then if you clicked the 3 dots in the home screen or recommended, I think recommended specifically, then you can zone out all of them. The other thing to remember is that depending on the window that you're at in YouTube, you may not necessarily get the option to hit do not recommend. And instead, you would get something like not interested. Now, piling up those not interested selections can help you out a lot. But is it fully going to get rid of The distractions, no. Eventually they'll come back up, but the other thing you can do is try to search for something. But recommended tab is going to be your best friend, because what it's trying to do is try and suck you back into the Matrix narratives in some way, shape, or form. And you all deserve better than having to deal with that mundane garbage that the Matrix is presenting us in the form of media. Anyways, so I don't know. I kind of went off on a tangent. I hope that helps a little bit. Yeah, history. Oh yeah, history is a great point too. Joey brought up history. I think the other thing to do is if I watch something that's from the mainstream, on the very rare chance that happens, I'll go in and remove it from my search history soon, very quickly, so that the algorithm doesn't have enough time to try and target me for whatever, information it's trying to get me to look at. And it does help. It does help. So, if you're looking at a bunch of videos of Biden or Trump or Obama or Reagan or Bush or whoever, if you keep those in your history and don't remove them from your history, then chances are you're going to get inundated with topics related to all those presidents or whatever president that you might be looking at. President, quote unquote. So yeah, all right. I am getting a little tired here. I just wanted to send out a quick reminder again that the Last Timers Club monthly members live stream is going to be today, August 28th at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's August 28th, Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for levels 2 and above. And I'd like to thank all of the supporters, anyone who sent in a super chat, and also over on Stream Elements or on Stripe. Thank you so much for your kindness. It's very much appreciated. And thank you to all the new and existing members. And please remember that most of the information that I put out on this channel is free. Doesn't cost a dime. I put many, many hours, and I don't expect anything. I'm very much appreciative of it, and can't thank enough people that do decide to use their currency, which is their energy. It's called currency for a reason. You go to work and use your energy, your currency, to earn money, their currency, and then you take it home and you pay your bills and you have whatever you have left over. But the whole exchange that's going on in this realm is based on energy. It's based on us performing our slave-like duties that the Matrix desperately wants us to do. And I love nothing more than to be able to dedicate myself to this full time. But I don't know if that'll ever happen. I really don't. But because of the whole Lyme disease thing and how long I've been dealing with that, it's been a hell of a road. But I think getting a team together to really help spread the word would be great. And there are some marketers I've spoken with about doing some things, or at least some potential thoughts about helping spread the word. And I've already paid in the past to really help spread the word and get this information out there. And Jimmy's been a big help. Puya's been a big help. And so many others. I mean, way too many to list. And, at the end of the day, when I opened this channel, My goal and only goal was to hopefully get across to one person. One person who can kind of see this BS for what it is and at least question the reality. And the way I felt is like, if I did that, then that's all that mattered. And the channel has just continued to grow. And the information is continuing to spread. It's spreading so much that it's even being covered by the controlled ops. I'm not going to say any names, but this topic has been infiltrated since the very beginning. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. So when you hear about clowns telling you to go between grids and, you know, at the time of natural death, go out on a 45-degree angle and blah, 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 you know, all this stuff. Just remember that it's a risk. They don't know. And I say it almost every show that I don't know. But what I do know is that because of the level of risk involved with this whole clown show, and because it clearly links to the astral realms, plural, then it would be in our best interest to take care of ourselves, to not just jump on and assume that everything is divine and wonderful and amazing. And, you know, Buddha's going to give you a kiss on the head and say, hey, welcome to liberation. No, like it's just not set up in that way. It's set up as the guilt, fear, shame matrix. And each and every one of you, me, everyone who listens to this in the future deserves better. And I can't think of any possible way to deviate from non-interference, sovereignty, liberation, creating your own realm with your own creator being abilities. I just can't think of anything else that makes sense. Am I open to it? Kind of. I'm always open to hearing anyone's opinion or assertion. Okay. And I'm always open to something new as new information comes along. But because of the level of insanity that we're all dealing with, it makes no sense to me to take any other path. And really, like Wes, Mr. Penray, is a good example of that. Distraction, 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 distraction. Do this, do that, do this, you know. Go through this 900-page multi-part document and you'll get the answers. Meanwhile, all we're seeing in the astral where he's telling you to go, where he's telling me to go, is infested with deceptions. But yet, we're supposed to trust it. We're supposed to trust it. This is where the problem comes in, is these blind trust mechanisms that we fall for. This illusion of power that these so-called entities have, when really all we have are ourselves as individuals, and we all deserve so much better. I'm sorry for ranting a lot tonight. I know I interrupted some moments, and so I apologize. I just think it's time that whoever may run across this randomly or is perhaps new to the information sees it and says, okay, here's one example. Here's a few examples related to Joyce's case. And let me see where this all leads me. That's all I want. That's all I want that's the whole reason I shifted to this topic completely. Even though I talked about the soul trip at the very beginning of my channel, and you know, quite a few of those videos are gone now, but that's because I had a different belief system at the time. I was falling for a lot of BS, but the point is we need to take control of our own destiny and not rely on anything. Doesn't matter whether it has a new sound or something alluring or incredible, or if it's backed up by all sorts of evidence, because at the end of the day, one case is one case and loads of other cases can't be ignored. So one, case that makes you feel good, thinks that everything's all right and stuff like that, doesn't cut the cake. It just doesn't. And that's why I'm a proponent of everyone doing their own research. My channel here, Wayne's website, Dan's channel, should all just be stepping stones for everyone to do their own research and take matters into their own hands and see just how deep this rabbit hole goes. The ultimate rabbit hole of all rabbit holes. All right, with that being said, I'm going to wrap things up. Went a little longer than expected. I appreciate each and every one of you. Please consider sharing the channel, or if you are able to join the Last Timers Club, there is a backlog of videos available for levels 2 and higher. And I also started rolling out some early release videos. So if anyone's interested in getting early access to various clips on the channel, or even some future live streams, feel free to check out the Last Timers Club in the pinned comment above in the chat, as well as the description tab. And I'm also, one last thing. I'm also on Rumble, and I'm trying to get the channel up to 100 subscribers, followers, whatever they call them. And then I'll be able to live stream over there. So if you do have a Rumble account, I'd greatly, greatly appreciate it if you subscribe to me over there so I can have access to live streams, or at least live streaming abilities, without having to pay $10 a month. I'd greatly appreciate it. So thank you. I'm getting a little tired here, kind of dazing off. All right. Take care of yourselves out there. Steve, Barbie Chop Chop, Jimmy, Super Unknown, Preliminal, Take the Red Pill, Carly, Joey, Haggard, Peter. Thank you, my friends, and everyone else out there. I will see you, some of you tomorrow, and the rest next week. Stay safe. Much love. And hashtag sovereignty. Look forward to catching up with you next week. I'm going to keep the chat open a little bit.